Done.
I don't pay for television.
We have everybody in order here to get ready, get us started on our Monday, March 1st, 2021 meeting. Sean Wilson, do we have everybody?
And we're streaming.
All right, so I'll get started. I believe all counselors are here, correct?
Andre, we have everybody. I'm sorry, my mute button was covered.
That's it. Thank you. I appreciate your work. All right, welcome everybody. The New Salem Town Council meeting Monday, March 1st, 2021, 7 p.m.
I already put her in, unless you sent her in twice.
Town of New Salem Town Council, a meeting to via telecommunications pursuant to the State of Rhode Island Executive Order 20-46 dated June 12th, 2020. To participate using Zoom, dial in by the cell or landline. The numbers are on the agenda. Prompted. That number.
Hello, and thank you for calling Phoenix.
To raise your hand on your phone by pressing *9, to mute and unmute by pressing *6. You can also watch on our YouTube channel, YouTube New Shoreham, and to see the documents, supporting documents on this agenda, you can go to ClerkBase, search New Shoreham under Town Council agendas, and it would be March 1st. First item on the agenda is Warden's Report. I have a few things I'd like to say. First of all, we haven't met in a little while and seen your faces. I hope everybody's doing well. But I think from my own, as the first warden, my comments, just like to say that the last couple of weeks have given us an opportunity to reflect, to talk about two very important issues in our community and in our culture. And one is a steady decline in the civility in our public discourse. The apparent erosion of our ability to discuss issues together, debate controversial proposals, and to respectfully disagree is a genuine loss for us all, and is something I am committed to trying to fix. The other critical issue is just how much our society and community view on matters of race. As an individual, and we as a council, really need to redouble our commitment to making everybody in our community, especially those people with voices that have not been heard or respected because of race, gender, orientation, or really anything else, feel listened to, feel valued, feel fairly treated, and feel their participation in this community, as well as our town government, is always welcome. I am fully committed to engage proactively to ensure that our council and our town operate in a manner consistent with that philosophy and approach. So those are my thoughts on the past 2 weeks. I appreciate all the support for everybody. I also want to note that our charter referendum is tomorrow. Charter questions on the referendum on the ballot are tomorrow from 9 to 8 in the school cafeteria. The note here is to please use the front door. And I wasn't at the last meeting, but I wanted to mention we had, can we mute everybody? Thank you. Wanted to mention we had and I think I can speak for the council, is our appreciation for our Senator Susan Sosnowski. With the work that she did to get those CRMC appointments tabled until further notice. Susan served 20 years on that committee, and I would arguably, I would think she's probably the most knowledgeable on CRMC matters in the whole Senate. She really went to bat for Block Island and the other communities that she represents, and none of this could have been done without her. And I do think that she faced a little bit of political peril in doing so. So I want to just thank her from this community for the work that she did and she continues to do for us. I'd like to mention, keep a few people and their families in our minds and our prayers and thoughts. And that's our dear friend Rocket, better known as Robert Rodier, who nobody called him that. Cindy Littlefield and Bill Luddy. Each one of you will be sorely missed. And condolences to the families of those individuals and anybody I may have missed since the last time we've met. That's all I have for Warden's report tonight. And Sven, do you have anything you'd like to mention?
Yeah, Andre, I just would love to support your comments about inclusion. I think they're very, very good. And I look forward to that if I remember back a year ago, it's amazing that it's been a year of COVID. And even when there was discussions about residents and visitors and people from different states, et cetera. And at that time, I did chafe at the we and them comments. And I think it's always good to remember that. And so thank you for bringing that up.
Yes, thanks for reminding me, Sven. We had just returned from school vacation, and a year ago today was our first meeting when COVID started to hit, and I can't believe that was a year ago.
You had a full set of hair.
And here we are. Yeah, I had a few other things too. But thank you for that. Is there any public comment not dealing with anything on the agenda from anybody? We talk about hair. I see a 447-7385. If you could identify yourself and let us know what's on your mind tonight.
Hi, it's Chris Blaine.
Chris Blaine. Go ahead, we're listening.
Yes, I'd just like to say first that I agree wholeheartedly with First Warden Boudreaux's comments. I think it was well said and needed. What I'd like to see happen, you look around Block Island, or at least I do, and every year I register my truck, inspect it, pay for insurance, and it seems like there's an awful lot of vehicles out here, either unregistered, uninspected, uninsured, or all three. And even more vehicles out here with people living and working here without estate plates. And I pay taxes. Tax bill never goes down, it always goes up. I think the people that don't have a vehicle registered here after 30 days in the state of Rhode Island not only don't have to get it inspected, but they don't have to pay taxes on it. And it used to be that just junk vehicles came here and they ended up in the dump when life was over. It's not the same anymore. There's some very expensive vehicles running around out here without estate plates, and I think it needs to stop. I hope that with a change in things out here that can be done. That's about all I have to say on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. And kind of related but unrelated is that I did have a conversation with the town manager. Our new interim police chief arrived yesterday, and it instantly made me thought about, it's that time of year where inspections, patrols will be out. I think that there is a chance that, the inspection station that we have now is going to get overrun, and the workload on that guy is going to be enormous. And I think it's going to happen. It happens every spring, and it comes up, and it didn't come up soon enough, but I've asked Mary Ann to work with the new interim chief and try to come up with maybe some creative solutions to get our cars inspected. I mean, I got a letter just the other day from my Jeep, but luckily the muffler's hanging off of that, so that's not on the road. But I personally got a letter the other day that the inspection's been out, and pretty much not to drive it. But so I do want to thank you for that comment, and it reminded me that I think, Rob's going to get overwhelmed. We're all going to be rushing there. As the spring comes, the nice weather comes with the inspections, and that's something that happens every spring, but I don't think that we didn't think about it soon enough, but it's going to happen. So it's on the docket, Chris, so I certainly appreciate it. Anybody else have any public comment? All right, we'll go to the first item on our agenda tonight. And it's town council meetings, the Board of Licensing Commissioners to receive and act on the application for transfer of Class BV liquor license from W Food Group LLC members Jessica Ranowski and Adam Ranowski doing business as Fins to Ernie's Old Harbor Restaurant, Inc. Stockholders Frederick J. Howarth, Jason Howarth, and Deborah B. Howarth doing business as Finn Seafood Restaurant, 212 Water Street, Plat 6, Lot 157. Does the clerk have any comments on this? I have the notes that you provided. I'm just wondering if there's anything else in there that we.
No, there's nothing further. There seem to be no impediments whatsoever to the issuance.
Okay, then I will make a motion to grant a transfer of a Class BV liquor license to W Food Group LLC, members Jessica Ranowski and Adam Ranowski, doing business terms to Ernie's Old Henry Restaurant, Inc., stockholders Frederick J. Howarth, Jason Howarth, and Deborah B. Howarth, doing business as Finn Seafood Restaurant, 212 Water Street, Plat 6, Lot 157, pending receipt of the clearance from the Rhode Island Division of Taxation and an insurance certificate in the Department of Health licenses, and to further require the correction of any fire code violations and that food be available at all sandwich level as opposed to offering solely snack foods during all times alcohol beverages are sold.
Second.
Motion made, seconded by Mark. Is there any comments from the counselors on this item? If there is, just make one. Any comments from the public? I don't see none. All those in favor, Mark?
Aye.
Keith?
Yes.
Martha?
Aye.
Sven?
Aye.
Aye in favor. Motion carries 5-0. Next item on the agenda is a public hearing for the proposed amendment to the Town of New Shrum zoning ordinances pertaining to solar arrays, Section 517, solar energy systems, Section 425, criteria for special use permits, solar energy systems. The proposed language may be altered or amended prior to the close of the public hearing without further advertising as a result of further study or because of the views expressed at the public hearing. Any alteration or amendment must be presented for comment in the course of this hearing. Mary Ann, do you want to
Yes.
lead on this?
Sure, I'll take a quick lead on this, an introduction for the council. Joining us this evening is our town planner, Allison Ring. She's been working with the planning board on this particular zoning amendment that's before you this evening. So at this point, I'm going to punt it to Allison since she has the intimate knowledge and the history associated with this particular zoning ordinance. And Allison is up.
Marianne.
Thank you, Allison.
So the revisions to the solar ordinance, this originated from a request that the council had received from Chris Warfel. The main objective, I would say overall, of the zoning amendment request that you had received was to achieve greater flexibility in the siting of solar energy systems within the front setback of property where appropriate. So at the time when the planning board received this, was referred the zoning amendment request by the council, that at that time, the state was in the process of finalizing some solar siting guidance and a model ordinance for municipalities. So the planning board wanted to take the opportunity to review that guidance material. And also they were able to get a review of our current solar ordinance, an optional review by the state. So we want to go through that process and review that material before forwarding any recommendations to the town council. So, so the results are like before you tonight. It was, a collaborative process, is a lengthy process. Overall, the revisions aren't a major departure from the current solar ordinance from a policy perspective. There's a considerable amount of reworking of the language. Some of it's an attempt to address Mr. Waffle's comments. Some language he had some concerns with was stricken. We updated some terminology and considered advancements in the technology, and overall tried to maybe simplify and clarify some things where we could. But overall, the goal of the planning board was to ensure a balance between promoting renewable energy and protecting abutting property owners and the island's scenic and rural character. So I'll briefly go through some of the, I'll highlight some of the distinctions between your current solar ordinance and the proposed revisions. The draft ordinance does update the purpose and also adds an intent section, which the planning board used to address the overall concern in regards to siting of solar energy systems. The draft adds several definitions that weren't in the current ordinance. And some terminology has been updated, and some of that was based on state guidelines. So for example, array size was used versus system size for indicating the array for the area of solar panels, and system size typically is used to indicate energy output. So we made that change in the terminology. The draft reduces the ground mounted array size permitted by right from 750 square feet to 400 square feet. So an array size above 400 square feet would require a special use permit. During the process, the planning board had learned that a solar energy system of about 280 square feet is typically adequate to power a single family home. So the board felt that reduction in the trigger for solar for a special use permit would be appropriate. So when we're using the term front setback, it is defined as the area from the street to where the structure is located. So we're not talking about just the minimum required front setback, you know, that you're used to when you're talking about zoning. So think of it more as the front yard. So this is where Mr. Warfel is trying to look for a little more flexibility for some circumstances where it may be more appropriate. So the current solar energy ordinance had the language, solar energy panels should not be placed within the front setback of a property if there is a viable alternative location. So that was stricken, and the planning board is recommending that now any system of any size proposed within the front setback would go to the boards for review. So it would have a special use permit, and that would allow for whether there's unique circumstances, maybe it would be appropriate. The draft now references the statewide solar permit as the requirement of an application process. And there's a new solar energy system type, accessory solar canopies, that's above parking walkways added to the ordinance with a maximum height of 12 feet. The draft reduced dimensional standards for roof mounted solar energy systems from 4 feet to 2 feet above the plane of the roof. So here's an example where technology has advanced. So there's now lower profile systems. So the 2 feet seemed to be adequate. The language, if feasible, roof mounted panels shall be mounted so as to not be visible from adjoining roadways or neighboring properties. This language was stricken. We found it to be a little problematic. The maximum height of ground mounted solar energy systems increased from 8 feet to 10 feet allowed. And there were some reduced side and rear setbacks in the current ordinance offered for smaller sized solar energy systems. This was eliminated, and accessory structure setbacks would apply. And this was out of concern for abutters. There was a consensus that it might have been too close. And then some added language to the abandonment section, and some of that came from the state's model ordinance. As far as section 425, that's the section that would apply to solar energy systems that require a special use permit. In your current solar ordinance, there is no absolute maximum array size established here. So the planning board recommended a maximum of 750 square feet array size to apply for residential properties. This is, you know, the goal is that solar energy systems remain an accessory use on the island. So there was a consensus that a maximum should be established to try to ensure that remains the case. And a review standard was added that focuses on the potential aesthetic impacts of solar energy systems to the public and abutters. So this was important from the standpoint if the town was going to be a little more flexible in the siting, wanting to make sure that consideration was given to how visible the location was from a public road or vantage point. So the revisions attempt to strike a balance between not wanting to discourage solar energy installations, but wanting to provide for an appropriate level of review for certain projects based upon the scale and siting of those proposed solar energy systems. And the board feels it's achieved that balance with these revisions before you tonight.
Thank you, Allison. Much appreciated. Does anybody, counselors, have any comments? Mark?
I'll start off with a couple of questions, Allison. The first one is, if the goal is to try to get these solar arrays to fit in as benignly as possible with the abutting properties, how come there was an increase in height to 10 feet as opposed to 8 feet?
There was, well, I was trying to strike a balance, and I think some of that came from during the process looking at other towns and the model language, and so that was incorporated. So just taking a look at other examples.
I know with wind generators, the higher you get them up, the more efficient they are. The higher you get this, I can't see 2 extra feet making that much of a difference. So that's why I'm just scratching my head on that part. And the second thing is, are you familiar with 2 of the bigger ground-mounted solar arrays on the island? Those being Reverend Pappas's and Everett Littlefield's. Could you tell me what square footage those are?
I'm sorry, I don't have the size of those.
Okay, I'll do some homework. Thanks, Allison.
Thanks, Mark. Keith, did you have your hand up?
I do actually. I just wanted to say that I actually followed this process with some interest because I happened to be on zoning when the Cerulli application came before us, and we literally did not have under the old ordinance the flexibility necessary to approve it, even if there were an inclination. And I read this, after following it, I read these regs and read this new ordinance, and it struck me, as it so frequently does, that we're lucky to have people like Allison and Jen Brady and Margie and the group on planning, because I think this is pretty elegantly done, and I think strikes a good and rational balance. I think all of us have that philosophical inclination that we'd like to have as much solar as we can. But on the other hand, no one really wants to drive down a road and have at the edge of the sidewalk solar panels stacked up. So, I just wanted to applaud the folks who were involved in this for taking the time necessary to see what the state was going to do, to really dispassionately analyze this stuff and come up with what appears to me to be a good and elegant solution to this problem. So thank you, Allison.
Thanks, Keith. Any other counselors before I go to the public?
Andrea?
Oh, Sven's got his hand up. Go ahead, Sven.
Just real quickly, echoing Keith and the planning board, because with him and Allison and the group, and I know there were some touchstones, this has been in the planning board hands for a long time. I mean, when I was on the planning board, this was being discussed, and I think that getting this to where it is now has been a huge effort, and so I think it's in great shape. And I look forward to having more solar on Block Island. So thank everybody involved.
Thank you, Sven. Chris Warfel? Chris, you're muted. We'll give you a minute.
Oh, well.
Chris Warfel, I see your hands up. Chris here?
We're attempting to get him to unmute.
Okay. I see Brad Morrison's hand is up too. I can go to Brad and then back to Chris. Brad, do you, Brad, I see your hand. There you go. Brad,
Thank you, Andre. Just a question, Sven, you have a solar array at the mill there. How many square foot is that?
I'd say that's off the top of my head, that's 300.
Okay, just gives an idea of scale.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And I would say also that the height of that is at about 4 feet. And Chris can maybe confirm that because he put it in.
Thank you.
Thank you.
thanks, Brad. Chris Waffle, you ready? I see he's still on mute. Anybody else from the public while waiting for Chris to?
Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, here we go. I still have you on mute, but go ahead.
Let me hang up the other phone. I had to dial on another phone. So I just want to make sure you can still hear me. Is that okay?
You go ahead. I got you. Yep.
Oh, okay, good. Okay, so I just want to make sure that you received example of this process. I forwarded to you the Sorelli application, which started this process, and I want to make sure that you all received that.
I did.
Okay.
I did.
Okay. Yeah. This has been a 2-year process, which I did initiate because of the Sorelli project. That project had nobody opposing it, but because of the convoluted language in the town ordinances, we had one group planning approving it, and then zoning not approving it because they could not agree on their town's language. So this has been a pretty severe burden for the owners and actually for me, because I've had to marshal this thing again for 2 years through this process. When I first presented this, I was asked if I would waive the 45-day requirement. I think it was 45 days, and I said yes, as long as there's a reasonable time frame for this. I really didn't have any expectation that it would take 2 years. Some of that was because I was not available for meetings. Some of that was because I just felt this was languishing, and it came down to basically loggerheads between what some people on planning thought was the protection of the bucolic nature of Block Island, and I'll say me, who felt that these were not offensive, and landscaping, when possible, could ameliorate any of those concerns, or most of those concerns. The real issue comes down to front setback, as Ms. Ring mentioned. The front setback definition is throughout a lot of town ordinances, and it's really problematic, but that's what we have to work with. Under the existing language, you could not put a solar system by the decision for the Sorelli project if it was in the front setback of a property. Now, I'm sure you all can realize front setbacks of properties people would never actually see. So I kept asking for a variance or a method where that reality would be recognized, that the stipulation that no one should be able to see a solar system based on the front setback was just unreasonable for many reasons, environmental reasons, for just the reality of Block Island's kind of haphazard application of what a front setback is, etc. And then we came down to this language, which I thought to keep going longer than 2 years, I needed to just bring it to the town council to another entity to take a look at to see if it was reasonable. And what planning has done is put in development plan review. And I would like to ask you to ask Ms. Ring to describe what development plan review is and how long that will take, with a reasonable guess.
So Allison, could you answer that question?
Sure. So development plan review is, goes before the planning board, and typically, because in this case, it's a special use permit and development plan review. So the zoning board would have the authority to grant the special use permit, and the planning board would provide an advisory opinion on the application to the zoning board. It's typically a several month process. We debated during the course of the time working on this ordinance whether or not to have it go through that process or a variance. The challenge was the special use permit and development plan review would have less of a hurdle in getting approved than a variance would be. So yes, it's a process and it goes before the board, but again, it was a matter of trying to strike that balance. I would say, some of the planning board members were concerned and didn't want to allow, it was either not allowing it in the front setback or allowing it in the front setback with review, because only in certain cases was the planning board, there was a consensus where it may or may not be appropriate. So somebody has to decide that. So it needed to go before a board to make that determination for those unique cases where it would be appropriate. So the planning board decided on the special use permit and development plan review as the process versus having an applicant seek a variance, which would probably be more challenging in getting an approval. But the planning board there was not a consensus of the board that they were going to say, yes, let them in the ordinance as by right have it in the front setback. So there wasn't a consensus for that language.
So Chris, is this something that, you brought this to the planning board and asked this be done. I'm just wondering, just to kind of cut, through the politics of the planning board, if you will. Are you happy with the way this has been hashed out as is?
I think it's been really, I have to say, it was the patience of a Job on all parts to get to here. After 2 years, I know there's a lot of frustration on every side as to why this was taking so long. But some of the reasons for that were because if I had not stepped up into this, you would probably not be part of the modern world in solar ordinances, which I know is not an earth-shaking subject for most people. But for example, that would have kept you from ever having a town or community-owned project at the transfer station. The existing language up to almost the last rewrite prohibited something like that, and I had to point that out because I know that is important to some people. Things such as community solar, which is very prevalent in much of the United States, or at least in the areas that I work in, would have been not possible. And community solar is allowing people who don't have a good solar site to invest in solar energy and to gain the benefits of that. And I kept pointing this out to planning that you don't want projects that are visible because they're in somebody's front setback, which in many cases can't even be seen by the majority of people unless they go down a dirt road. And
so my question is, Are you happy with this amended ordinance as is?
I'm trying to explain to you the problems with it. Okay?
Andre, if I may,
Go ahead, Martha.
could we simply stick to the ordinances before us and not talk about how long it took to get here, because we're trying to get something done tonight, and that would really be very helpful if we could just stick to what's on the page before us. And if Chris has issues with that, to please identify those without talking about what happened 2 years ago, because we're here now.
At once, I'm trying to explain to you, Ms. Ball, the process, because I thought that would help in your understanding of the ordinance. I'm sorry if I was mistaken. Am I happy with this ordinance? No, because I do not like the rigorous applications of the development plan review. I think it is much longer than was stated as a couple of months. And I refer you to the document that I provided to you on the Cirilli project. Ms. Ball, if you would please take a look at the very last page, which is before you and relevant to today's discussion. You will notice that I have on the very last page the word array and an arrow pointing to it. That was the existing site that was deemed to be not allowable.
Yeah, I think we're all familiar with that site.
Very good.
That was I thought a catalyst in everybody looking at this and saying, because obviously, as you said, there are a lot of places out here where I challenge people to even come up with what's the front yard of some houses on this island. But again though, I'm not even looking for happy or unhappy. I'm looking for what do you see, given your experience with the problems with what's on the table before us now. And bear in mind, I believe, Allison, correct me if I'm wrong, that when you talk about the site plan review versus a variance, the burden of proof on a variance may be more difficult than the time frame on site plan review. Is that what you're trying to say, Allison? I think you were.
Yes, Martha, yes.
Because the variance burden of proof is a legal standard that isn't terribly subjective.
Right.
And I think we're trying to look at something that's very site specific. I personally think people overreact crazy to, the horror of solar panels, and I try to think of what people were horrified at 100 years ago out here, which is probably make people's hair curl. But if we just keep going with this, be great.
May I answer your question?
Go ahead, Chris.
Thank you. What I'm trying to do is educate you, because I doubt this has been, something that you have followed closely in the most part. So I'm trying to give you an example for which may raise concerns in your own mind as to whether or not this is a good solution. So take that array and move it to the line that says 68.4 feet and align it on the, I'll say, up and down border there. And my question is, this is what I cannot figure out, and I asked for examples to be presented to you so we could all figure out if this language actually worked. If that array is moved there, would this be allowable by the proposed ordinance? Because I don't know if any of you actually tried to go through these ordinances and understand them. I think some of you have because of your experiences, but most of you probably have not. And I've given up trying to sleuth out this. So I asked for examples so we could all understand the language and its effect. And that's all I'm trying to do here, Ms. Ball. I'm not trying to reiterate history going back 2 years. I'm just telling you, I hope you have an appreciation for what this took. And now that we're here, I'm asking, does anybody actually know how this would work? And I don't. I really do not know how this is going to work. So you want to know my opinion on this? I think it was a great effort, but I think, you know what? A lot of people are going to be disappointed because there was definitely, I say, defensive planning here, and in the language that you heard tonight and the language that I've heard over 2 years is that these are somehow offensive and should not be seen from the front setback. I have worked my butt off trying to figure out how to make this work from, I propose paved roads, I propose screenings, I propose all these things to address these issues, but it did not work out. So am I happy with this? I'll say I'm 80% happy, but I really would like to know whether or not, if I moved that array to that location I just described to you, whether or not that would have to undergo development plan review.
Allison, can you answer?
Can I answer that?
Are you asking? I don't have the document. I wasn't provided the document that Chris is referencing, but if you're talking about if it's in the front setback, I mean, it's up to the zoning official to determine if it's the front setback, right, to start with. Are you confident that it's the front setback? Is that what when you say you're moving it, if it's within the front setback, it would require special use permit, development plan review.
And that would be 50 feet, correct?
No, the front setback, anything from the front yard, not just that minimum. If it's within the minimum front setback for zoning, if there's a 50-foot front setback, minimum front setback requirement, and you're within that, it would require a variance.
This is the language that everybody was getting messed up on, including myself. And I feel sorry for the town council. But can you describe the difference between the minimum setback for the front and the front area?
Yeah, so in the zoning ordinance, it's the definition that's in the current zoning ordinance that applies to the entire zoning ordinance. And because there's such confusion on that terminology, we incorporated that specific definition within the revised solar energy system ordinance so that it's handy right there. But the front setback is an open unoccupied space on the same lot with the structure extending the full width of the lot and situated between the street line and the front line of the structure projected to the side lines of the lot. So like I said, try to think of it more as the front yard. So that front setback it will vary from property to property depending on how close the structure is sited to the street. So in some cases, it could be a 300-foot front setback. We're not talking about the minimum front setback that's required, that the zoning language. We're talking about minimum front setback that you reference, a 50-foot. That would require a variance. And that is less restrictive than what the current solar ordinance says, because it says you wouldn't be allowed at all. If it was in the front, it's not allowed at all. And in the revised ordinance, you're allowed to seek a variance if it's within that minimum front setback. Within the front yard, meaning from the minimum front setback to where the house or structure is located, would be a special use permit, development plan review.
But Allison?
Yes.
If this is where I was having trouble. If my front setback is 50 feet and it would be within the 50 feet. I'm sorry, not within the 50 feet, not within the 50 feet.
Yeah, say your house is 200 feet from the road.
Right.
So between the 50 and the 200 feet is where the front setback, where you would seek a special use permit.
So this, okay.
So even if my house is 300 feet back from the road, if I put something in my yard which doesn't even directly face the road, it would have to have a special use permit. That's where I got hung up on reading this.
If that portion of your yard is deemed to be your front setback, so not your side setback or your rear setback, but your front setback.
Can I also just point out, this Keith Stover, that to me, one of the things we may not have addressed directly, but I can recall from this particular filing that was the catalyst for this, is the old ordinance said you had to demonstrate that there was no viable alternative, which was the bar that, if I recall correctly, Allison, or I see Jen Brady's on, that was the bar that was challenging to get over. No viable alternative. So for example, if I recall correctly in the Cerulli filing, they had a tree that was in the side yard, or that they wanted to avoid, or if I could have the details wrong, but I thought that the willingness to eliminate that actually was, to me at least, the thing that moved the ball forward on this. Maybe,
May I speak? It's Chris Warfel.
Please.
I agree with Keith that the no viable language was problematic because it was so subjective, and there was a birch tree as part of this, but there was also another constraint, and that was that the owners had created basically a nature preserve with the Nature Conservancy in an area that would have seemed to be okay, even though I'll tell you from an installer's perspective, very problematic. And the question was, do we want to destroy basically a nature preserve that was set up in concert with the Nature Conservancy for a solar system? And my response was no. But Martha, your questions to Ms. Ring kind of highlight the issue, is that the front setback is subjective. We all agree to that. And there's pretty, I think, an onerous still language about trying to put something in somebody's front yard. And I'm not happy with it, but, to save the council time, because I understand you have so much more to do than just this, we can work with this, but I'm not going to ever ask for another 2 years to go through this. I'll ask the town to stay to the 45 days. I will never agree to extending it beyond that, because this was just terrible for everybody.
Andre?
Go ahead.
Allison, or a couple of comments here, Andre. One, Allison, just to go back to Martha's example, if the house is 300 feet back, and let's say there's a 50-foot front setback, I'm just using that as an example. If somebody wants to put, the array or whatever 200 feet back, would that need a special use permit?
Yes.
Just making sure you would still need it if it's in the front of the lot. Second thing that I just wanted to confirm that for everybody. Second thing is, I will admit that there are 2 solar arrays that I know of that are in the very back of a lot, and yet it's very much the front of the people behind us. So I think what's interesting about this discussion is we're very focused on the front of the lot, but the back of the most lots on Block Island are right near the front of somebody else's lot. So I think we're sort of picking onto one area that, if I believe correctly, really stemmed from, houses close to the front front property line, and therefore how to jam it in and would it be offensive. The third point is, Chris, I hear you. You and I have talked about this. In my opinion, we're a lot further down the road, and I think this is a really much better situation. We've discussed a number of times why and how. I think there'll be more discussions about this front point, but at least now we have a special use permit. There is a process. There's a lot better definition. The size of the arrays. I mean, I think there are a lot of things that are much better. And my hope would be that if this does pass, or if however it goes down, that then we can continue to refine it and make it better. So I hear that you may not love it, but I guess from everything I'm hearing and what I read, it's a lot better than where we were an hour ago.
May I respond to that, please?
Go ahead, Chris. And go ahead.
Yeah, I agree, Sven. We are better off than we were, and again, I am very respectful of the town council's time. And what I said was, if problems manifest with this, they need to be dealt with quickly, not 2 years. I do not want to drag this out, and I do want to answer Councilor Mark Emanuel's question about height. The height change, I felt, was a reflection of the variable topography on Block Island, and I asked that it be considered like a building height determination, and that you take the average of the endpoints in order to determine the heights, because in these tracking arrays especially, you need to have your array pretty horizontal, and when there's a steep slope, you can go from 4 feet to 12 feet pretty easily. And I am not an advocate of high exposure of this technology because of our wind speeds, but you can engineer that out for the most part, but also you don't want these things sticking up that high in the air. So that's where that came from. It was trying to mimic the approach used in determining the allowable building heights.
Thank you, Chris.
You're welcome.
Any more comments from counselors or Sven, Martha, Mark? Go ahead, Mark. I just want to let you know that there's 40 people in the meeting, and if you have your hand up, I might not see it. So counselors, just feel free to talk when you can, as we've been doing in the past.
Well, I'll apologize in advance because I'm going to go off course a little bit. But I remember one time going back to Magical Mitchell Farm and seeing Adrian walking cross lot to our neighbor and going up on his deck and then returning. And he never ever did that before. So I asked him why he was over there. I could see if there was a party, he'd be over there. But when he returned, I asked why he was there. And he said, I was thinking of planting a couple of trees, and I wanted to make sure when they grew, they wouldn't negatively impact my neighbor's view. Wow. So this kind of goes back in a corny way to what you said earlier, Andre, about civility and what we're trying to get accomplished here, where the siting, whether it's a satellite dish, a bird bath, or in this case, a solar array, is the least offensive as possible. And thanks for bearing with me for that corny story.
You're welcome, Mark. Any more comment on this item? I'll make a motion that to adopt the amendment as presented and advertised.
I think you have to close the hearing,
Close
Andre.
the meeting first. Close the public hearing, I think.
All right. So we all good? We no more. Let me just go through the list of names here. Okay, we're going to close the public hearing on the solar array zoning ordinance. And I will make a motion that we adopt the amendment as presented or advertised.
Second.
Point of order. Do we have to close the hearing first and then adopt?
I did close and made a.
Oh, we had to vote on it. Okay.
Yeah.
Do you need to make a motion to close the public hearing?
Yes.
Yes, it's my understanding, Kathy, if I'm wrong, please let me know, but it's my understanding
Yes,
you
you
close the
do.
public
You do
hearing and then
need
you
to-
vote to close it. You vote to close it.
Okay.
That's correct.
Close the public hearing.
Second.
By Sven, all those in favor, Mark?
Aye.
Martha?
Aye.
Ben?
Aye. Aye.
And I'm an aye too. Motion carries 5-0. Public hearing is closed, and I again make the motion to adapt the amendment as presented or advertised Hang on a second. Pertaining to solar array, section 517, solar energy systems, section 425. Criteria for special use permits, solar energy systems.
Second.
Motion is made, seconded by Sven. All those in favor? Martha?
I'm going in favor. I would like to make a note, and I think it brought some conversation, that I wish the planning board in henceforth would not treat front yards as if we live in suburbia, because it doesn't apply out here. I'm in favor of the, I'm not in favor of continuing this, so I'm voting to approve it as stands.
Keith?
Yes.
Mark?
I vote aye and then urge all neighbors to think of their neighbors before they propose anything that could potentially be offensive.
Thank you, Mark.
Aye.
In favor? I'm in favor. Motion carries 5-0. Number 3 on the agenda, discuss and act on the possible amendment to the emergency ordinance of the town of New Shore adopted May 27th, 2020 as amended pertaining to communal housing and other issues during the COVID-19 pandemic. I think we have Doc Walkup on the line here tonight, don't we?
Hey, I'm right here.
Hey, Doc, nice to see you.
Good to see you.
You have any news for us?
I got excellent news. So Rhode Island positivity rate is down to a low of 2.1. New cases have dropped significantly in the past 6 weeks. We've only had one isolated case here on the island in the past 6 weeks. Hospitalizations are down. The 2 field hospitals are closing secondary to reduce volume. So these wins are really due to our community maintaining the mask and the other safety measures. So let's please keep it up. On a vaccine update, as of this Saturday, we have over 380 community members vaccinated and over 120 community members fully vaccinated. So thank you for all the outstanding teamwork, and a personal thanks from me and Billy McComb to Allison Warfel for all the behind the scenes work to make all this happen. And please remember to get out and get your primary care needs addressed, because we know that the summer is coming and what that brings. So please pay attention to anything you want to get done before the summer rush happens.
Thank you, Doctor. Quick question. I just heard on the news, on my way coming here, that the state and other states and, are kind of putting more of an effort into underserved communities to get the vaccinations out there. Is there any kind of work out here to do that also, to make sure that they know that everybody knows that the vaccines are available, getting people to be vaccinated? And I guess, is there, I guess I can ask, is there any fear from people that they don't want to get it?
So it's a great question. We are working with Washington County's Healthy Bodies, Healthy Minds organization that works on educational targeting material for those individuals that are potentially English as a second language in other underserved communities, to get the word out. So they've been a good partner for us. There are plenty of people that are not interested in receiving the vaccine. They're interested in more data. Probably many are looking for the larger community immunity that will happen over time. But we do run into those concerns that people have, and we try to communicate about them. But the vast majority have been really relieved with getting the vaccine, and those getting second vaccines, they're fully vaccinated after 2 weeks. So that's been a real win.
Great. Thank you so much. Anybody have any questions for Dr. Warkup?
Thank you.
Anybody like to add anything? Bill McComb, our town manager, or anything? But just really appreciate the work with you and your staff, Doctor. I know you're out there doing, the work that needs to get done, and it's really appreciated. I mean, I don't know any of us can tell you enough. So I'll stop there.
You're welcome.
So Andre, just so I can jump in really quickly here, and let me just tell what I have heard from a couple of folks. What happened here on the island with this vaccination process, with Bill McComb, Dr. Walcott and his staff, and the volunteer firefighters, the police department, was just beyond. as someone said to me, we got a phone call and said, you can come get your vaccination at this date, at this time, and here's where you should go. Folks here did not have to call in, wait on a line, or I've been dealing with elderly parents in Florida and, 3 o'clock in the morning, seeing if there's vaccine available slots and stuff like that. So folks did not have to do that here. And I think that is just beyond. So folks got the phone call and said, here's your time, here's where you go. And it just went like clockwork. So it's nice to see that. It was really, really genuine nice to see that. And what the staff did, the volunteers, Bill McComb running back and forth up to East Providence to get the shots, put them on the boats, bring them here. So it was a nice effort by a lot of people, and it was well done and well deserved. Kudos to all of them.
And those are just I don't want to say a small thing in the community, but it's such a gigantic positive thing for the community that could go unnoticed. And I'm glad that, that's out there. And, it's one of those things that makes the community, this community such a great community to live in, is that you have that personal phone call that the doctor will make to you. And, with the theme, what Mark said, what I said earlier, it's what makes the community turn, and we should never lose sight of that. So, Doctor, I appreciate, one more time, Doc, I appreciate certainly everything you've done, and Mary Ann too, for bringing us that news.
Thank you very much.
Does anybody else have any, I don't see any hands up on the.
I'd only be piling on.
All right, dial. All right, I got no hands on the dial here. So number 4, discuss possible amendments to the emergency ordinance 3 of the town of New Shoreham, adopted June 24 masks as amended pertaining to the COVID-19 pandemic. Again, placeholder on the agenda. Anybody got any questions about masks? All right. Number 5.
Yeah, real quickly, and I don't want to belabor this, but maybe in April or early May, Mary Ann, if you and Dr. Warkup and Billy and whoever the right people are, it would be great to have at least that team figure out, are there things that we can do for the summer to maintain safe health practices? And, last year there was handing out masks, there was flyers, I don't know what that is, but before the summer starts and before we sort of spin around and say, ooh, we should have, I would love to just get the best minds together and just sort of do is there something, information on the ferry? I don't know what it is. Martha has often said, people know the rules. We don't need to, but obviously, just reinforcement. So I'd love maybe in April or early May before the season starts, Mary Ann, if you could at least let us know if there's anything we can do.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Masks. Yep. My advice would be just not to ever wear an inappropriate one. Number 5 on the agenda, receive and act on a resolution in appreciation of Peter Greenman, Blood Drive Coordinator of the Year, and also the owner of one of the coolest cars on Block Island. So who's got the skinny on this? I want to hear about this Peter Greenman Award. And is he with us tonight? I don't see him on the list.
Hello, this is your clerk. Peter Greenman is not Zooming in tonight. He's aware of the resolution and he's very pleased and proud.
Oh, all right. Is there anything on it? Where's the resolution? Oh, here it is. I'm going to read it. All right. So, resolution of the town of New Shoreham, Rhode Island, in appreciation of Peter Greenman, Blood Drive Coordinator of the Year. March 1st, 2021, R-2021-01. Whereas for 27 years, Peter Greenman has helped save thousands of lives throughout Rhode Island and New England by helping to coordinate the Block Island community blood drives with the Rhode Island Blood Center. And whereas the blood supply needs of New Englanders were met in part by Mr. Greenman's communication and education efforts that encourage donors to give blood And whereas Mr. Greenman shows genuine concern for his fellow Rhode Islanders who are battling cancer, are undergoing surgery, have suffered trauma, experienced complications during childbirth, live with blood disorders or other life-threatening chronic illnesses that require blood transfusions. And whereas Mr. Greenman shows true generosity of spirit, encouraging and supporting members of the Block Island community to give the most precious gift of blood to their fellow human beings. And whereas Mr. Greenman helped encourage 3,464 donations, helping to possibly save as many as 10,000 lives. And therefore be it resolved that we recognize with deep appreciation this great undertaking and Mr. Greenman's years of dedication to helping others fight for their lives with blood donations. And further, be it resolved, we decree that this resolution be made part of the permanent record of the town. Witness our hands and seal of this first day of March 2021. Anybody have a comment on that? Mark, sorry.
I'll speak as the president of the Peter Greenman fan club. I'll lower my screen here and you'll see I'm wearing my Blood Center t-shirt to thank Peter. And I am holding up my 11-gallon blood bank cup. And none of that could have happened if it wasn't for the hard work and dedication of wonderful Peter Greenman.
Thank you, Mark. Anybody else? This isn't something we have to vote on, correct? We don't need to vote on this?
Yes, we do.
I'll vote we accept the resolution. I'll make a motion. We approve the resolution of the town of New Sham, Rhode Island, in appreciation of Peter Greenman, Blood Drive Coordinator of the Year.
Second. Mark.
Seconded by Sven. All those in favor? Mark.
Aye.
Keith.
Yes.
Martha.
Aye.
And Sven.
Aye.
I approve. Motion carries 5-0. Counselors, just remember that there's a hard copy, a clean hard copy of this in Town Hall, and the quicker we all sign it, the quicker we can get it to Mr. Greenman. So I'd say get in Town Hall and sign it as quick as you can.
Will that be in the clerk's office?
We could put it in the clerk's office, or we can put it in council office.
Let's just decide it's going to be so we know where to go.
Let's leave it in the clerk's office.
Clerk's office it is. Thank you. Great.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Martha. Number 6 on the agenda is discuss and act on transportation proposals. RIPTA proposal for Jitney pilot program for summer 2021. Communication from taxi licensees and some members of the Motor Vehicles for Hire Commission regarding pilot shuttle service. Marianne, I know you've been working with both entities on this. Do we have everybody? Scott? Okay.
Yep. Scott Avedition's on.
Hold on. Martha Ball?
I'm out.
I believe Mark Emanuel and Martha Ball are going to recuse for this item.
That is correct.
Thank you. Marianne?
Do we have Brad? I didn't see Brad also. Is Brad here? I heard him a little while ago, so I'm going to.
Brad's right below me.
Okay.
I'm here.
Right below. As you remember, a few weeks ago, the council asked that I meet with the Commission for Hire, the motor vehicle folks, which we did meet. And you did ask both the Commission for Hire and RIPTA to come back with proposals. Both these proposals are included in your packet this evening. And they're pretty much self-explanatory. So I would, at this point, ask the council, what is your pleasure in this regard, regarding this?
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank Scott, Brad, Greg for coming. Scott, thanks for hanging in there through these discussions. I think you may have lasted longer than some of our town managers, so the appreciation is these are obviously tough decisions that cause angst in our community, and I appreciate you being with us and sticking by while we hash this out. Counselors, Brad, I see your hand is up.
I just wanted to mention, Andre, there's a lot of hard work put in by a number of taxi license holders as well as members of the Motor Vehicle Commission as well.
Thank you,
Not
Brad.
just me.
Thank you, Brad. Councilors, any comments, questions?
Andre?
Go ahead, Sven.
Yeah, I want to echo your comments to Ripta and Scott and his crew. At the last meeting, I think I asked about, the different size vehicles, and we talked about the smaller vehicles. I did have a chance this week to see a couple of the trolleys in action. One's up on the east side in Providence, and another one. And I appreciated seeing that in real world and real action, because you realize that, as Scott has described, they are smaller than the large RIPTA bus, but still they are rather large. And I think that even though it looks more trolley-like, again, as has been described, it is definitely a large bus, which I think does pose some unique challenges to sort of from a culture point of view and an island point of view. But it was very helpful. And I think, Andre, I sent you a picture of that. It was just helpful for me to see that bus on the road, or excuse me, the trolley on the road. So.
Thank you, Sven. Keith, did you have your hand up?
Sure. First of all, I support this idea of a jitney/trolley very much. I think it's only part of a solution, but it is a part of a solution. I have a very strong preference for an island-based solution. I appreciate very much the work that Judy Clark and others and Brad have done. I do actually think that there needs to be some more meat on the bones on that. For example, I would really like an analysis of what the ordinance changes mean that are proposed, what the state potential state license issues are, whether this kind of vehicle needs a CDL, for example. I mean, I'm not saying any of those things are true, but I mean, I would like to have that information. I'd like to make clear, very clear that I don't view this as a replacement for taxis, but I think we need a significantly more efficient and more affordable way to move people around efficiently. So that's a overly long-winded way of saying, I do think there would be some value. I haven't been privy to the conversations happening between the town manager and others, but I do think it would be worthwhile to sort of have this vote when there's more meat on the bones in terms of what this is going to look like. But my preference is for a Block Island-based solution.
Thank you, Keith. So this discussion started obviously back in 2018. Somebody had proposed a jitney for the island. Went before the Motor Vehicles for Hire Board and whatnot. And this is obviously comes up once in a while, and it came up again because my feeling on this hasn't changed since day one. It's just that this is part of a this is just part of a traffic plan, is moving people around in an efficient manner. It's enforcement and other items on our roads to get them safer. Hopefully the reduction of mopeds. Now we are in a COVID summer. This trolley will be able to move 20 people around the island. Whereas I think the taxis would be able to take 4, the way it stands now. So I am in favor of a local solution, but I fear a local solution is just not going to happen in 2 months, the way we want it to work. So this is why I favored the RIPTA proposal. And it seemed that basically people, like Sven said, it's too big. Sven, if you remember the original conversations that we had, basically the next step with RIPTA was to bring a bus out, bring one of them out here and drive it around. So I'm just asking to see how it would actually fit in this. And am I hearing from the council that we don't want to entertain that at all? Because I mean, we can talk about, I would say, like, if the taxi could come up with a plan where it would be kind of more apples to apples, sure. And I may be remiss in saying this, but I never felt that the taxis would suffer from this. I thought they would suffer more from Uber, because I think there's a lot to go around. I think different people will ride a bus. That's my feeling. It hasn't changed. And I just want to get a feeling, like tonight, where are we going? Like, are we telling RIPTA no? Are we exploring more options? Because the original, and Sven, as you will remember in those conversations, the next step was to bring a trolley out here just to drive it around. And you're right, it may not fit. That may be what everybody will see, and then it'll just kind of disappear and we'll go to plan B. So I'm just trying to get a feel about what you guys want to do with RIPTA right now.
Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead, Sven.
Yeah, so let me cut to the chase. And I am very much in favor, like I think all of us are, about congestion, efficient, effective traffic flow, everything, Andre, you just said. I am very much in favor of a local solution for a number of that have all been discussed. And I happen to also love the EV solution that was mentioned in the proposal, and I believe is a viable idea. I would love, and in great respect to Scott and the RIPTA group, I would love to, if commitment's the right word, or actually encourage a dialogue with the Motor Vehicles for Hire and Marianne. I would like to really try that this year. I will promise you that if it doesn't go very far and isn't supported with the greatest earnest and intent, I look forward to talking to Scott in the fall. Then we even have more time to plan. So I guess for the 2021 season, I would like to take the Motor Vehicles for Hire letter of intent, that's what you want to call this, and spend the next few weeks between them and Marianne working out those details that Keith mentioned, and what sort of the little changes, what needs to happen, and how we get a program in place from June 25th to September 6th or so, and really put the gauntlet down that if it doesn't work, I really appreciate Scott and all the work that RIPTA has done. But I think we should give the Motor Vehicles for Hire department, Motor Vehicles for Hire, a shot. And given how much Judy Clark and how much Brad and the whole crew have done in this, I would lean that way.
So do you want to make a motion? Actually, hold on. There's a hand up. 917-861-4548. 917-861-4548.
Hello? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you identify yourself for the council?
Hi, I'm Alice Russo. I may have missed this because I was trying to sign in, but my question was about making the Jitney an EV vehicle.
Yeah, I just heard that this evening also, and I'm a little I didn't hear about that before. So could somebody enlighten me on that?
I'll at least read. Right now, in the letter from the Commissioner for Motor Vehicles for Hire, one of the bullets that I believe this is on ClerkBase, it says use of proposed EV van would be based on availability and financial requirements. I believe that there have been conversations between the electric vehicle or electric group, which is sort of headed up by Tony Pappas and Brad Martins, but I think there's a lot of discussion there, but everybody is, I'm excited about that. Leave it as an opportunity.
So Brad,
if I may?
Yeah, Brad, you may. Is that something that could happen this summer?
Andre, there's been a potential offer from Tony and his crew in securing an EV van as well, but until we get a commitment, they won't make any sort of commitment on it because it's not an inexpensive proposition. I think I can speak for all of the people that we've been working with, along with Sven, on the everyone is so much for something like this. How it would be run, how it would be done, and how the availability of it is, for Tony to move forward, we need to be able to give him some commitment as well. But until we get that, we can't give that. So, but this would be a 14 passenger van that would take more than 4 people with agreements on it. There would be some limitations on there, but it wouldn't be 4 people with any of them, along with some of the changes we're proposing on the ordinances as well. But until we know what's going on, we can't really do that.
Thank you. So Sven, you've been working on this. What's your proposal? If you've been working with this group.
Well, no, it's about the electric vehicle that I talked to Tony about. I guess if you want to do you want a motion? Is that what you're asking for?
Well, no, I'm just asking. I mean, Brad just said you've been working with them, so.
Well,
I talked to
my understanding.
I was going to say I've talked to Tony in the past about electric vehicle and sort of got him and Brad and Judy together, and then have backed way out. I know that Wade Ortel has done some analysis on different vehicles, and there's a lot of people very excited about the opportunity. That's about as far as I know. On EV, I'm talking about specifically.
Andre, as far as that goes, we've been approached by Tony. He's got a firm belief that this is something can happen, but for him to move forward, he needs to know that if he gets this, that we're able to utilize it. So if we get it, we're able to utilize it, but you can't put the cart before the horse, as you like to say.
Oh, I don't think I've said that, but that's okay.
Can I say something?
Go ahead, Scott.
So first and second warden and members of the council and Marianne, the men and women of the Rhode Island Public Transit Authority have greatly appreciated the ability to do a proposal to you. We understand that you really would like to have a local answer to that, and we understand that. But I want you to know that we remain committed to doing everything that we can to support the town of New Shoreham and to do whatever we can to help you move people efficiently and effectively.
Thank you, Scott. All right, well, it seems as though well, Council, where do you want to go from here?
Marianne?
I think we should have a motion to move forward with the local option. and have a couple of weeks to do the analysis and as I say, put meat on the bones. I think this EV thing, obviously everybody thinks it's exciting, but we need to understand how real it is, and how not just real, but how imminent it is. Come back in a reasonable period of time to firm the thing up and press forward. I hope that's a sufficient commitment for the taxi folks and for the solar initiative folks. I think you've heard clearly that there's a commitment for a local option, local approach to this. But there, are some outstanding questions. Nothing that's unfigureoutable, but we do need to put some, as I said, meat on the bones on this. And that's what I'd like to do.
So furthering that, is that directing the town manager to work with Commission for Motor Vehicles for Hire and come back in 2-3 weeks, to whatever the next appropriate meeting is, with the meat on the bones? Is that what you're inferring?
That's what I would move.
Do you want to make a motion?
I make that motion to ask the town manager. And, by the way, I think any of the three of us would be willing to participate in those conversations as well, to the extent that we would be helpful. But ask the town manager, and I don't want to keep appointing Brad if Brad thinks there's someone more appropriate than him to quarterback the thing from the taxi's perspective. Feel free, but to work with Brad and any folks that he designates to work together on this, to come up with a fully fleshed out plan, not just a proposal, but the plan for implementing a larger transit option for the summer.
I'll second that, and I look forward to seeing that from Molly in writing. And I second that with.
Don't ask me to repeat it.
I second that with a huge thank you to the RIPTA team for both being here and being supportive next year if needed. And I really can't say that enough.
So motion seconded. All those in favor? Keith?
Yes.
Sven?
I'm
not in favor. I just don't think it's going to happen. And I don't think it's going to move the people around that we need to move around. But motion carries 2-0.
2-1.
Thank you very much for the opportunity, gentlemen.
Point of order. Does the motion carry 2-1? Can the motion carry with less?
Yes, it does. Yes,
Okay.
it does.
Thank you, Kathy. Thank you, Molly. Next item on the agenda is discuss and act on deer and pheasant hunting dates for 2022 to 2023.
Andre?
Go ahead, Sven.
Yeah, just real briefly, at the last meeting, there was a large discussion regarding the February vacation. And I just want to let you know, because at that meeting, whether there should be hunting on that vacation timing or not. And that was one of the things that when we tabled it to put the vote off for 22-23, that there was going to be a little bit of research done on how many deer had been culled or harvested during that time. So at some point, when you're hearing everybody, we may want to see if the town manager or somebody has any of that information, because that was one of the next steps.
Yeah, there's notes on that. But Mary Ann, do you want to take over?
Yeah, I'll quickly take over. Molly provided the council with a note, a memo, I think it was Saturday or Sunday, can't remember. And it says notes on March 1st, 2021 packet. And halfway through on the first page, it does talk about deer hunt in 2023, hunting dates and school vacation. So we did do a little research. 17, 18, there was no hunting during school vacation. 18, 19, 19, 20, and also this year, 2021, there was deer hunting in during school vacation. And harvest for 18, 19 was 13, 19, 20 was 11, and this past vacation, 9. Just to give you an idea of perspective from a seasonal total, 17, 18 was 196 total for the season. 18, 19 was 222. 19, 20 was 141. And this year, 2021, it says 186 on the memo. However, we did get an updated number from Dylan Ferrara at DEM, and that was 200 deer harvest. And keep in mind that this year we did not have any hunting in December. So I found that to be interesting. So that was the information you asked that we get back to you. So we've been doing it on school vacation for now 3 years.
Thank you, Mary Ann. Is that help, son?
Yeah, no, it's good. I just wanted for every public. Thank you very much, Marianne.
So where are we at with this? I wasn't at the last meeting, so I don't know what. I see there's some names up, Kirk and Chris Blaine and Kirk. So why don't
So the council did ask.
Go ahead, Martha. I think that was Martha.
Marianne.
It was me. Marianne had something too, I think.
All I was going to say is at the last meeting, the council did ask us to come back with some information as it relates to the hunting and what took place during school vacation week. Because there was some discussion going back and forth, and staff or myself we're not sure as to how long hunting has been going on during school vacation week. We thought it was just last year, and then we didn't think it was last year. So that's why we provide you with the information that it has been going on for 3 years. During the meeting last time, there were a few folks that did call in and voiced their concern and would prefer not to see hunting during the school vacation week. So that's why the 22-23 season was put on hold as the vote until we came back with the information. I think that pretty much sums it up. If I miss anything, the councilors can jump in and let me know.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I got very confused on this. This is what happens when deer hunting comes up. One thing, I'm looking at the calendar here. Have we ever gone into March?
Martha,
I don't think we ever.
Better than myself.
Oh yeah. I like I said, my brain freezes when deer come up. It's been going on since 1978. Or I've been going to meetings since 1978. And looking at this, if it's possible to go into March, if we took, and actually Hunter suggested this, if we took the week of vacation off the calendar and then had one more week added on after that, I don't know if that's going too far into the spring. You'd have the same amount of days. You might have, the deer might come out a little bit more, but I don't know if that's feasible. I mean, the deer might come out a little bit more if people stop hunting them for a week, is what I'm saying. I think that happens with most creatures. They're pretty wily. I'm just putting that out there.
Thank you, Martha. Chris Blaine, Kirk Littlefield. Let's, Chris Blaine, go ahead. Okay, Chris, you there?
Hi, sorry about that. Yeah, I'd just like to say we did go into March one year, and not to get too graphic about it, but the does are pregnant, and the further along you go, the worse it gets. And some people don't like cleaning does in March. I'm one of them, and maybe it's a little too graphic for people, but in talking to people this season also, there were a lot more people I talked to that did not want to see hunting in the February vacation than there were that did. So I always say that hunters are a small percentage of people on Block Island, and that we need to do what the majority of the public want. I know a lot of people want to take deer, but there are also an awful lot of people that want to be able to go outside and enjoy it. School vacation. And last thing that I'd like to say is, in the last meeting, I suggested that we hold off on setting these 22, 23 dates until a sit-down meeting can be had with the state. There's no other town in the state of Rhode Island that has to produce deer hunting dates 2 years or 4 years in advance. I think it's ridiculous. We don't know what's going to come up. This year is a perfect example, COVID. And I think, number one, the town has much more pressing concerns right now than setting these dates. I think that you give up any leverage you might have of having a sit-down meeting with the DEM and Fish and Wildlife regarding the issues that have been brought up about enforcement, about advertising the dates and times of the Black Rock hunt, which is cooperative between the town and the state. And I think that there's a lot of questions that people have that need to be answered that aren't going to get answered if you just put these dates out there. It's very hard to go that far forward on a calendar. And I think if it's a question of getting it to the state first or getting the people out here some answers for what the state plans to do, I would ask you please to hold off on this and have a public meeting, have the DEM come out here in March, a year from now, when hopefully a lot of what we're going through right now is over with COVID. We can take care of the people that need to be taken care of, keep everybody healthy and safe, and then worry about the hunting and sit down with DEM. They already have the dates for 21, 22. And I think that's enough for right now. So that would be my request to the council.
Thank you, Chris. And I do see you brought up something that I was, I always think of when we set in these dates, but I don't have a son in the school anymore, or a daughter for that matter. Jessica Willey, the chair of the school committee, I see is on the call. I'm wondering if Jess, if you could comment on school vacation 2023. I know those are moving targets, and I don't even think you would have those dates yet, would you?
No, well, if you may or may not remember, Block Island generally is different from the rest of Rhode Island. We have our school vacation the week after the President's Week vacation. That's our official school vacation. We have tried to set our dates for this coming, for the 2022 school year, and we did adopt a calendar, but the state now came out and has given a statewide school calendar again, but they haven't told us if they're going to require us to follow it. So we definitely don't have 2023 yet. And we're not even sure about next year, 22. So that's just, if you're looking for school vacation, I don't know if you're looking for the general Rhode Island school vacation week, or if you're going to write it in, if you want to move it, make it a movable target. I don't know.
Well, it was the Block Island. My concern would be the Block Island school vacation. So, okay, given, I know Kirk's there, wants to speak, but Molly, were we called back to vote on these because of something DEM asked? I mean, is there a fire going on here where we have to have these dates in?
They have a planning period, and their process has changed a little bit over the years. They're now requesting the 2 hunting seasons worth of dates. You always have another bite at the apple the year before. You know, you'll have another bite at the apple for these dates next year. So if school vacation gets nailed down, if another COVID happens, you know, you have another chance to look at these. But for their planning and budgetary purposes, they have started statewide doing advanced planning. That's what they've said. As you know, we're the only town in the state that has the opportunity to have input or to set the hunting dates locally.
Thank you. Kirk Litchfield?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes. I got you. You're on.
Can you hear me now?
You're unmuted now. Don't touch a thing.
All right. Before you take a vote, I seriously think you guys should look at all gun hunting on Block Island. And the safety issues that it has, all of it. There's very few legal places you can discharge a firearm on Block Island. So, and that's pheasant hunting, duck hunting, deer hunting. You can have deer hunting for crossbows and bow and arrow. And that way you can open it up for the weekend and every day of the week.
Okay.
But I think you seriously look at all gun hunting on Block Island.
No, I know we used to only.
Well, because the amount of people that are here this past year, there's a lot that I did not shoot or even think about shooting because people are walking out on the roads, people riding bikes. It's just too many people out here to have safe gun hunting at all anymore.
Yeah, I know every year something comes up. I remember when we did do the school vacations, it was because there were some kids that were hanging around during the vacation and wanted to go. And I thought that was a great thing because we need more hunters. And to get out there, I mean, Evelyn Dean, I think she beat all you guys at the amount of deer she took. And unfortunately, she's not here anymore. And now this year,
there are a lot of crossbow hunters and bow hunters that would end up coming on weekends if it was opened up on weekends. There's no reason why it can't be opened up for crossbow and bow and arrow on weekends.
Well, these are
people issues with the hunting on weekends because they don't want people from the mainland. But when there's not enough people out here to hunt on the island, you got to import somebody. And there are people that are willing to come out and would love to come out and go crossbow hunting or deer bow and arrow hunting.
No, I know. And we always have this public health crisis, which is, I always say, was the first public health crisis before COVID. And that's why I didn't
and then you won't have
and it's one of the reasons.
People complaining about discharging a gun anywhere.
We definitely have challenges ahead of us that change, are very fluid with deer hunting. As you spell out, every year it seems to be something different. And as we're rebuilding our deer task force, I mean, it just seems as though the cries of the reduction, and I know Mark will say elimination, and it just seems as though that prize just keeps slipping away every year with every issue. And I don't know where that leaves us. Sven.
Hey, Andre?
Hold on a second, Martha. Let me give Sven
Yep.
Marianne, I think Chris raised a really good point, and that is about communication with DEM and enforcement, and whether they're out here for Black Rock or marking off spots. Is there a planned meeting with DEM? I know you've been, Marianne. Is the town in really good dialogue with them now? In the past, it's been a little rocky. That's a nice way to put it. But just sort of trying to assess, because I think Chris has brought this up a number of years in a row, and it's very well stated, both about them coming out and enforcing as well as communicating. And I'm trying to get a handle on how things are in your mind now.
In my mind, at least during my tenure here, I have found the gentlemen that we've dealt with at DEM, and I did have one Zoom meeting with them, that they were very open to discussion and dialogue with us. I did not get any impression that there was ever a rocky relationship, if there was. So Molly's had a lot of communications with DEM, specifically the gentleman by the name of Dylan Ferrara, and he's been extremely responsive to us, I think, when we call and ask for questions and stuff like that. I can do some follow-up with them as it relates to the enforcement and where that all stands.
Well, can I just ask one more? It's okay. Yeah. So Marianne, I think, Kirk, and we discussed this last meeting. We discussed it even last year. There have been so many people out here. Kirk just brought it up with density, how many open areas, new construction, et cetera. I mean, is it worth to have a meeting out here with Dylan, if that's the right person, or his group over the next few weeks? And hopefully he could come out and just say, hey, let's walk, let's see these places. I think Kirk just challenged us a little bit to think differently. And while bow and arrow may be one thing, crossbows may be another, obviously shotguns, et cetera. But I guess I'm intrigued with looking at things differently. And I didn't know if that was something that we should really hold on to and that Dylan would participate in. I don't think that there are going to be less people out here next year than there were this year. I think a lot of people have suddenly moved to Block Island or are spending a lot more time here. So is that something that you think we could do or not, Marianne?
I can look into it. So I guess I'm looking for a little bit of clear direction here, because I heard Kurt bring up the concerns as it relates to folks being out here and maybe getting away from the shotgun. Is that the consensus of the council? That's what they would like to do moving forward?
My question was really around just talking with DEM and asking about density and asking about areas to hunt and asking about enforcement and just really having a walk around the island dialogue with them. Because I think at least I would be smarter for that kind of discussion.
Martha Baum?
Yeah, Kirk brought up something I think is everybody sort of has ignored for a very long time. And that is the extraordinary amount of room you really need. A 500-foot radius is a big area. It's like 18 acres or something. You drop it to the 200 for the archery, it's much less. I personally, this year, I had someone who has a house here who is an archer, who has taken, he only came later in the season, and I can't remember how many deer they took. It wasn't, staggering numbers, a lot more than I would have had without him. But he's from the mainland, but he does have a house here on the island, and he comes over for several days at a time. And there may be people like that. I don't know how many. I got connected with him because one of the women who has horses on my place knows him, and that there may be other people like that. But I do think everybody needs to really look at what the laws really say. I don't think people understand. I've been saying this for 40 years now. Do the math. 500 feet's a pretty darn big. Creates a 1,000-foot diameter circle, and that's pretty big.
Thank you, Martha. Chris Blaine and Kirk Littlefield, I see you both have your hands up. Chris, go first.
Yes, we've had this discussion before for a long time. And to start out with, I'm looking at a copy of the 2017-2018 hunting regulations for Block Island. The deer hunting ended on February 16th. There was no deer hunting during the school vacation. So I don't know where these numbers came from, because I swear that I heard our town manager say that there was a count of the number of deer taken and that deer hunting has happened during school vacation for 3 years or 3 hunting seasons. It did not take place during the 2017-2018 hunting season. I have the full regulation set from the state of Rhode Island.
I did say that. I said no hunt. I'm sorry.
Right. I think that last year was the first year that it happened. So I don't think we have 3 years of information. Second of all, you want to go and get away and do away with gun hunting. Gun hunting out here has been going on for a long time. There are a lot of us that are hunters that have people fill out forms that are known as a permission to discharge a firearm, which means that if you want to discharge a firearm within 500 feet of an occupied dwelling, there's a very simple form that you can have people sign. And I do it every year, and other hunters do it as well. So to me, it's a tradition out here, waterfowl hunting, pheasant hunting. It can be done. I think the first thing that the council should look at, did you have, now you've said you've had more people on Block Island than ever this year. Okay. Did you have 100 complaints about firearms going off? Did you have 50? Did you have 25? Did you have any? I think, first of all, when you talk about a step like going from gun hunting and doing away with it and going archery, number one, not only is it not on the agenda, so I don't understand why it's being discussed, because I did look at the agenda and for the life of me, I can't see where this is coming from. I don't think it's a recommendation from the Deer Task Force. And in order for you to take the leap to go into hunting on weekends, I would challenge any one of the council to come for a demonstration of what the crossbows can do now. Oh my God. And the original archery safety zone of 200 feet needs to be rethought, because the new Raven crossbow guarantees a 2-inch group at 100 yards. That's 300 feet, a 2-inch group at 100 yards. I've fired one of these things. They are lethal at 300 feet. And they are also silent. You don't know that anyone's using it. Before you open up hunting on weekends, if you think you can have a little bit of disagreement over people wanting to have hunting during school vacation, I've been at some of these public meetings, and it better be a public meeting where you talk about weekend hunting. And you also are going to have enforcement. There is no other way to put it. Because if you think you've got people from the mainland coming over now, wait until you see what happens. I'm old enough to remember what happened when they had pheasant hunting on a weekend. And it was a disaster, and it did not last. Saturday pheasant hunting did not last. Because when you saw that boat come in, I mean, we have a problem with deer, but people are used to, on Block Island, being able to take walks. And this year they took walks everywhere on weekends. I think before you take that leap, you really need to think about it. And you also need to agenda it. And I think you need to get the number of complaints from the police department and a recommendation from the Deer Task Force. So what I'd like to say again is, let's hold off and get some more information. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Yeah, to reel it back in, we got to get back onto the dates. Kirk, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Oh. Well, I was going to suggest just to Martha what she was saying, the gentleman that hunts on her property, he had suggested last year to hunt on weekends because he is a crossbow hunter and he comes out and he has to take time out of work, come out here and hunt.
Okay. Appreciate that. So council, where do you, we actually don't have a Deer Task Force right now. We hopefully by the end of the night.
Andre,
Go ahead.
It's Keith. I was just going to say, I think one of the most encouraging things about this week is that we have 3 very strong and interested candidates for the Deer Task Force. I would like to ask Marianne or Molly if we can. You said that there's flexibility on dates. We have another bite at the apple. So we could set dates, for example, that either include or don't include the February vacation, but still have the opportunity to either add or subtract dates next year. Is that correct?
Molly Fitzpatrick, can you answer that?
That's right. That's been the DEM's practice since they began asking for two seasons in a row. They ask for a confirmation of the upcoming season each year. It hasn't been going on that long, but that's been the routine.
So then I guess the real question before us is whether we want to have February vacation included in the dates that we propose or not included. And then, you know, the other issues, which are very much worthy of conversation, I think form the first agenda for the newly reconstituted DEAR task force.
Keith, Molly, is there anything we need to do for DEM tonight?
It would be great if you could set the DEAR dates for the 22-23 season, knowing that you can revisit them next year.
All right, so.
But we don't know when school vacation.
In the notes, it
Is that
says.
correct?
Hold on, Martha, what was that? Did you add?
But yeah, Jess just said we don't know, the school doesn't know yet where the vacation is.
Right. There's a probably February 21st through 24th, but it's a probably.
But are we more? But where are vacations everywhere else? Because I mean, I know that people have been coming out here for the day, just coming out here for the day. Who haven't been here in 30 years, they just show up for the day.
What do you think? I got a phone call.
Thanks, Kirk. Go ahead, Martha. Martha?
I don't know. So we don't know when school vacation is going to be in February. So I'd rather make it less and add to it later because it's much harder to cut it back once it's out there.
I agree with that, Martha. I'm with you. Let's leave the February dates out. The February, and have the opportunity to add them back in.
So a motion would be in order.
I think Mark had a comment on that.
I still have a question on this.
Oh, I'm sorry. Like I said, I don't have you. Just say it, Mark.
Yeah, I've just been drinking it all in. First of all, can we revisit next year's, which we already approved? Molly or Mary Ann? Because I regret putting in the school vacation. And I'm wondering if can we revisit the upcoming year before we think about any years further?
Molly, it was my understanding that DEM was looking for next year's calendar by the February 25th, 26th timeframe. Is that correct?
That's right.
And I believe we approved that already.
Correct.
That's correct.
With the school vacation included. Do we have an
Correct.
opportunity to revisit that? Because I regret my decision there. And as you think about that,
I think what needs to happen, it would, Councilor Marola, help me out here that as a point of order, they would have to put that on the agenda and someone would have to make a motion who voted in the affirmative to put that back on. Can you help me out with Robert's rules as that relates to revisiting the vote?
Yes, that's what would have to happen. But what I'm not clear on based on what you're saying is what is the outside date the council has to do that by in order to have it submitted in a timely manner?
well, we've heard evidence tonight that the count taken during that week is what I consider insignificant, 10 or less, give or take, during that week. And I was always told that that was put in so that the students of Block Island would have an opportunity to go hunting. I don't see that really happening out here. So with that said, I regret my decision to include it for the upcoming year.
If you want me to go over the numbers again, I just realized I misspoke with one date. School vacation 18-19, there was 23. School vacation 19-20, there was 11. School vacation 2021, there was 9. And as I stated when I first presented this to you in the notes that Molly provided you, that there was no hunting during school vacation 17-18, as I stated. So the numbers were high and they have dropped. And keep in mind, these numbers are based on a 4-day work, four days hunt season, because we don't hunt on the Monday of the holiday, if the holiday falls during the school vacation.
Well, I consider those numbers insignificant enough that we should probably reconsider if we can. And if I have agreement from the rest of the council members, including school vacation in this upcoming year.
So why don't I
Okay,
do
but
this
we-
then? I'm sorry.
No, do we know when school vacation is? Because I'm not on the school calendar. I have no idea when things are. And I do remember when Jess said it, I remembered it, that the school vacation wasn't necessarily the week of Washington's, as legally it is still Washington's birthday. I'd forgotten that. There may be some confusion with that as well in looking at the dates.
Can't we just say winter week without definitive dates? Now, this is my opinion. I don't know if it has the backing or majority of the rest of the council.
I didn't think I voted in favor of it. That's like I said, my brain just freezes when it comes to deer. I shouldn't even be involved in these conversations.
My computer's about to die and I don't have a charger. So, Jessica, Willie,
Andre.
on that? Jessica?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to clarify that we do have dates set for next year. It is the week after President's Day week. However, the state Rhode Island Department of Education has just come out last week with a statewide calendar, but they haven't told us if they're going to make us use it. And in that statewide calendar, vacation week would be President's Week. So we don't know yet what's going on until RIDE tells us what we have to do.
Thank you, Jess. All right.
So maybe I can help facilitate this.
Please.
It's my understanding that DEM has told us the decision needs to be made February 24th, 25th. I forget the time. They asked us to get the information to them, and we did provide it. I'll be happy to follow up with them to see if that date is definite and therefore we can't move forward with it. If there's some flexibility in that date, I'll work with the town solicitor to find a way to get on the agenda for the meeting on March 17th, the revisit of the vote that you folks took at the last council meeting.
Could we do it for Thursday?
Thursday. We probably
Before
can.
the-
Yeah,
for
I'm not sure if
Thursday,
I'll have it. I can try, Martha, I can try. And see if we need to reach out to DEM, and we also need to get that agenda amended by tomorrow, by the 7 o'clock tomorrow.
Right.
So I can try that. I'll be happy to try.
Well, we can do it even we can try even if DEM can't. Ultimately, I hate to be waiting for DEM, and put us
Right.
even further behind.
Right. So we can put it on the agenda for Thursday.
It was confusing that night. I was confused.
Me too.
Therefore, it had to be confusing.
And Andre, one last thing. Regarding any future years and dates for those, I will not vote in favor of any future years until we meet with DEM and agree with them that eradication should be the end goal out here and to start working on that process.
Okay. I agree. You know, well, that's why we're here. That's why every time deer comes up, it's a good hour.
Everyone's sick of hearing the D word.
Yep. I know, but
I'm excited that we've got a lot of volunteers for the task force.
it's the unfortunate thing is that we don't have as many hunters as we used to. Kids aren't doing it. School vacation wise, I'm not against that. If we really want to reduce the amount of deer, and we are reducing them, that's questionable. I think the idea is to get more deer shot, and reducing days I don't think is the way to do it, but I would certainly not favor weekends. So you know, it's where are we at? There's 20 councils ago we're having the same discussions. So we're here, we're doing it, we're trying. So okay. So for 22, I'm sorry, where are we at? I'm sorry, where are we at, Mary Ann?
As I understand where we're at, the council has requested that they revisit the vote that was taken at the last meeting regarding the hunting season, the dates for next year. The following year, we don't have a formal vote yet for the following year. There's been talk about taking the school vacation out because you feel comfortable there's a bite of the apple, you can always bring that back. Jess Willie has stated that they have a calendar. However, RIDE has come back with a statewide calendar. This is something new that RIDE has just started doing in the last few years with these statewide calendars. And then they ask that all schools comply with the statewide calendar. So this is a nuance that that never happened before. This has only been in the past year or two that started. Maybe with the COVID is when I first started seeing the statewide calendar. So that's my understanding where you are. We're putting something back on the agenda for Tuesday to revisit, Thursday, I'm sorry, to revisit the vote. You have not taken a formal vote, unless Molly corrects me if I'm wrong, on the hunting season for the 22-23 year, mainly, and you don't know at this point the calendar of school vacation for the 22-23. And what I'm hearing from the council, they would rather not include school vacation 22-23 and then add it back at another time if when the opportunity comes up.
So on this item tonight, we're discussing an act on deer and pheasant hunting dates for 22-23. Are we prepared to move forward with that without the school vacation? Council?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
What I would suggest, in light of the statewide calendar, in light that what RIDE has been doing with the statewide calendar, it looks like they're going with the week of the President's Day. If you're talking about adding and putting back in, I would suggest that if you were looking to vote tonight on the 22-23, and you would like to take out a school vacation week, I would recommend that you go with the week of President's Day.
Which is the 21st, 22nd, 23rd, or 24th?
I need to look at a calendar.
Yeah, I know. I
No,
don't have.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand that.
I think it's going to be the week before that.
Are you saying to stop hunting before vacation?
It appears is that
Because that would be the 17th of February, 2023.
Yep, would be
23.
the last day. Would be the last day, the 17th. If we took out 21, 22, I'm not sure if it's the week before.
Yeah, I'm not sure what President's Day.
February 20th.
The President's Day is the 20th and in 2023.
Yes.
Okay.
So that would,
Because it's
so
actually
that,
Washington's birthday.
so that would remove 21, 22, 23, and 24 from deer hunting in 22, 23.
Correct.
Council, do you want to vote on this tonight? Because I'm prepared with a motion.
I'm trying to vote.
What's
Yeah,
that?
Let's vote.
Yeah, you guys just,
There's consensus.
you're just glad I have the motion.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't worry, we may
Don't ask me to make a motion.
We scrub it in next meeting.
All right, Molly O'Neill, bear with me on this one to make sure it's correct.
Molly Fitzpatrick.
All right. I'm going to move to set the 22-23 pheasant hunting dates and deer hunting season for archery, shotgun, and muzzle loaders as follows. Archery only, October 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, 17th, 18th, 19th, 20th, 21, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, and 31 of 2022. Archery muzzleloader shotgun, November 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 14, 15, 17th, 18th, 21, 22, 23, 28, 29, 30th. That's November of 2022. December 1st, 2nd, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 12th, 13th, 14, 15, 16, 19, 20, 22, and the 23rd of November, 2022. January 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th, 17th, 18th, 19th, 20, 23rd, 24th, 25, 26, 27, the 30th, the 31st of January, 2023. Still on archery, muzzleloader, and shotgun, February 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th. So school vacation would be the 21, 22, 23, and 24. That's 4 days. So we're going to remove that. So deer hunting in 2023 would end archery, muzzleloader, and shotgun on the 17th. In addition, pheasant dates, November 16th and the 23rd, December 7th and the 21st, 2022, January 4th, 2023. That's my motion.
Second.
Molly O'Neill, is that correct?
Fitzpatrick.
O'Neill?
I'm sorry, Molly Fitzpatrick.
That's okay. I think there's a little bit of confusion that I created on the pheasant hunting dates. And let me go through.
You had it, Andre.
Starting in November 23rd, unless you're having pheasant and deer on the same day, November 23rd should be a pheasant day. The same goes with January 4th. Other than that, it sounded darn good to me.
Okay, so I'll amend my motion to remove November 23rd from the archery, muzzleloader, and shotgun and allow pheasant.
Yes, please.
And amend the motion to remove January 4th from archery, muzzleloader, and shotgun to allow pheasant on January 4th, and that's of 2023.
I amend the second.
Motion has been made and seconding. Chris Blaine has his hand up. Go ahead, Chris.
Hi, yeah, I'm not trying to throw a monkey wrench into the works, but for the last 3 years, we have run the pheasant hunting and deer hunting dates concurrent in January. In other words, we have them both on the same day because it started out as a trial run. It's worked out pretty well in January. It's not the same as November. It's not, you're not in the rut. It's more the hardcore deer hunters are hunting then. And there's hardly any foliage left. It's just all around easier to have archery hunting. We had it this year. We had it last year. We had it the year before last in January. And I think it's safe to do in January. That way you don't lose another deer hunting day for archery, shotgun, and muzzleloader.
Thank you, Chris. Does the council have any problems with that idea from Chris?
Nope.
I will amend my motion to allow concurrent archery, muzzleloader, shotgun on January 4th, 2023, in addition to the pheasant on January 4th, 2023.
I amend the second.
Thank you, Sven. Motion has been made and seconded. Council, questions? Comments? I see no hands up from the audience. So all those in favor of the motion on the floor?
Was there more to that motion? Was there some more language about blaze orange and things?
Yes, those are just the dates. Okay. This action, okay. I'm going to amend the motion. I'm sorry. Those were just the dates. I'm terribly sorry. I need to add, this action is taken with the express understanding that there will be an opportunity for New Shoreham to adjust the 2022-2023 dates as information is received regarding school vacation dates, deer health, harvest numbers, and other factors. I further move to adopt a local regulation to help prohibit the use of lead in ammunition for all hunting on Block Island because it has been proven that lead leaches into ponds in the island's single source aquifer and has a detrimental effect on wildlife and the ecosystem, and non-toxic ammunition is readily available. I also move that in addition to the prohibition on lead ammunition, the town council requests that the DEM's hunting abstracts continue to include: 1, the information that landowner permission countersigned by the chief of police is required for all hunting on Block Island, and 2, notation of the town of New Shoreham local ordinance requiring landowner permission for all hunting, and 3, during shotgun season in the town of New Shoreham, all hunters, regardless of weapon type, must wear 500 square feet of
Inches.
Of orange.
500 square inches.
Inches.
500 square inches of orange. Well,
That's a coat my size.
it is a public health problem. Second that amendment to the motion, Sven, or anybody?
I amend my second, I hope for the last time.
Thank you. I stand at refinished floors, so it's always square feet.
Thank you.
All right. Motion has been made, seconded, amended, and here we are. So I'm going to call it all in favor. Martha.
Aye.
Mark.
Nay.
Keith.
Yes.
Okay, and I'm in favor, and Sven. Motion carries 4-1 with Mr. Manuel voting not in the favor. Okay. Next item on the agenda is, okay. Hang on. Oh, we're on the second page. Great. Discuss and act on the right of first refusal and fair market value of a Salt Pond settlement moderately priced unit. These come to us from time to time when they're put up for sale, and the town is always granted the first right of refusal on the sale of these. There is one for sale. I believe there's a purchase and sale agreement on it. So I'll let, who's in charge of this, town manager or?
Sure, I can run with it. To echo what First Warden just said, a Salt Pond settlement, the town has the right of first refusal of the 10 affordable units there. There are some deed restrictions that the owner must live there, and also that the sale of it cannot exceed 2/3 of what the market value of the value of the property. Based on what's before you this evening, I would recommend that the town waive the right of first refusal on this particular sale. The person who bought it works for Verizon and will be living there year round. Or the person who's looking to purchase it.
All right. I'll make a motion to waive the right of first refusal on Salt Pond settlement unit A5, I believe it is. Yeah, A5.
Yep. Yes.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Set.
Go ahead.
Seconded by Mark. All those in favor, Sven?
Can we discuss that first, Andre?
Oh, yes. We're talking about the first right of refusal right now.
Correct.
I think there's two parts to this
I
tonight.
just want to make sure this is clean, because we've had problems in years past with stewardship of properties like this. And this one clearly states they shall not be investor owned or rented. My question is the person buying this house, because I see so many names, the one who's going to be the occupant of the house on a year-round basis?
It's our understanding the individual who has signed the sales and purchase agreement is a year-round resident who works for Verizon. And that's the person that's going to occupy the home.
Is Rosemary Tobin here tonight?
I spoke previously with Rosemary. The only problem is there really isn't oversight.
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, Rosemary.
Hi.
So, Mark, I think Rosemary could answer that question for
Yeah,
you.
I spoke with her early. My question is, I guess it's a bigger problem is the stewardship, and is there oversight to make sure that everybody complies and actually lives in these attainable residents on a year-round basis as they say they should or are supposed to. I just want to make sure the gentleman who buys or the lady who buys this lives in it.
Okay.
Do you want to answer that?
Yeah, I guess you can answer that. I mean, go ahead. Go ahead, Rosemary.
The restrictions from the association are pretty clear. So as long as someone abides by those restrictions that are in the association and the documents, you know, the Salt Pond Homeowners Association does have management, and they do have, you know, an executive board that oversees not only the units and, you know, the property, but also, you know, they take money for rentals. So if you rent your unit, you have to pay a certain amount to the association and all of that. So I do believe that there is enough people looking towards it. These units were offered at moderately priced. They are being sold, you know, at 2/3 of the market value. You know, the person that's going in might not be a year-round resident now, but they can become one. There's no restrictions for that in any affordable housing, actually. So he signed an affidavit saying that he was moving here year-round and purchasing the unit. I don't know, you know, there's really no other jurisdiction that, you know, the association does have rules, and you do sign, when you sign the deed, you're signing a restricted unit, a deed that has restrictions on it.
Thank you, Mary. Appreciate that.
That explanation didn't make me warm and fuzzy. I don't know of any document out here under the heading or umbrella of affordable housing that doesn't restrict it to living there on a year-round basis. That is your domicile. You must be there. If not, you are voiding the contract that you signed in good faith.
So
these
are not. Sorry, go ahead.
We can call it anything we want, but it's under the umbrella of affordable housing, and it states clearly
that
they shall be owner-owned or rented. I mean,
but they sign, Mark. They sign a deed that's owner-occupied, which actually restricts them in a lot of mortgage situations. So the mortgage company has to, allow a deed restricted unit. So the deeds that they sign are restricted and do say owner occupied. The rules there are, I think are 9 months out of the year. But again, they can't rent the unit without permission from town council. And from my experience over there, the units aren't rented weekly. The only time they're ever rented is if the person that owns it can't sell it and they ask town council if they can rent it year round.
And Rosemary, who's the enforcer of that?
It would be the association.
Well, I'm putting the association on notice that they should look over this a lot more than they do.
Is there any, I understand what Mark's saying, but I'm just trying to see.
Okay.
Hold on, Martha.
Well, can I just clarify one thing? I am on the housing board also, the affordable housing board. These units are not part of affordable housing. They weren't subsidized by any federal or grants, town grants, or anything like that. It was something that the planning board made a deal with the developer to do the 10 units at moderately priced. So they are not affordable housing. They're moderately priced units. There's a difference between the two.
That was Rosemary. That's what I was going to ask. Thank you for that clarification. Martha?
Okay, well, I was going to say that, but I was also going to ask, isn't this the unit that came to us with permission for rental in the past?
No.
What
Not
was
that
the
I
one
know
that
of.
did that?
I know
I
that
know Jeff
if it was Jeff Cow, then yes, but he wasn't my client, so I wouldn't have known whether or not he asked for that.
I know that these things have come to us with a request that they be rented, and I think
Yes.
one of them was his, and another one was I'm not going to say his name because I'm not 100% sure, but I know that has come to the council at least twice that I know of, with permission to rent because sale was not happening.
Right. That was Gravy's unit.
Yeah,
And then
yes,
my
that's right.
unit, when I owned my unit, I went to town council to ask to rent it year round. And I had to file my lease, year-round lease with the town and, to prove that it was being rented year round. Because I owned both my house and the unit at the same time and it wasn't selling.
Yeah, I think there have been some problems some places, but I think there's been probably a better oversight over there than some other places. Because I've never seen anything like that come forth.
Motion has been made and seconded. Any more comment? All those in favor? Martha?
Aye.
Ben?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
Myself, I'm in favor. Motion carries 5-1 to exercise the town's right of first refusal on Unit E5 at Salt Pond Settlement. So the
Thank
other,
you.
You're very welcome. Hang on one second. I think there's another part of this. I mean, discuss an act on right of first refusal and fair market value of Salt Pond Settlement moderately priced unit. Mary Ann, or can someone carry me through the second part of that agenda item in the discussion?
Hang on. It's my understanding that, and Molly, since this is my first time seeing this and being involved with this, they waived the right of first refusal. Do they need to vote on the market value, fair market value?
No, they're not
No.
required to vote on the fair market.
Yeah, so
value.
I think the vote you made is fine.
Okay. All right. Next item on the agenda, number 9, receiving act on. Thank you, Rosemary. Thanks for waiting around. I'm sure you were entertained.
You're welcome. Thank you very much.
2.5 hours. You're welcome. Receive and act on engineer Jim Jeremiah's recommendation to award the roadway improvements project.
Okay, before you this evening, the town had advertised for bids for roadways improvements to portions of Old Town Road, Pilot Hill, Connecticut Avenue, and Old Town Road. We did receive 5 bids. They were opened on the 18th. Low bidder was D'Ambra Construction in the amount of $1,083,680. These bids have been reviewed by town engineer Jim Jeremiah, and it's upon his recommendation that I recommend that the council award the contract to D'Ambra Construction Company.
Thank you, Jim.
You're welcome.
I'll make a motion to approve the recommendation to award roadway improvements project to D'Ambra Construction.
Second.
Marion?
I would suggest including the amount in your motion, please.
All right.
$1,083,680.
Yep, that's what I'm looking for, that piece of. All right, I'm on cap. So what is that? What is that?
Bottom of Jim's note.
$1,083,680.
Okay, I'll amend my motion to approve the recommendation to award the roadway improvement projects to D'Ambra Construction for $1,083,680. Seconded by Sven. All those in favor? Mark?
I have a question.
Oh, go ahead, Mark.
Mary Ann, not to micromanage, but just can you briefly describe what those improvements are on those 3 parts of the road?
Jim, you're up.
Okay.
I know when I'm
I
crossing the
waited
bridge
all
here.
night. Thank you, Mark, for asking, because I waited all night to say this. Basically, what we did, Mike Shea had put together sections of the roadways that needed improvement. So the first one is Pilot Hill. Pilot Hill goes from, it's the paved area on Pilot Hill. It's about 2,000 linear feet. What this project involves is pulverizing the road, establishing a new base, regrading, taking care of the drainage on either side of the road, and then paving with a binder course and then a finish course. And the second project, or the second road, is Old Town Road improvements. This is from Center Road going east for approximately 1,100 feet to the entrance of basically Joe Sprague's property. This is an area that's deteriorated. In this particular instance, we're pulverizing the road, but I'm also putting structural fabric underneath the road, which will allow more stabilization of the road. Because if you drive down that road, you can see tire marks and ruts because of the roadway settling. And the final section of roadway is Connecticut Avenue and Old Town Road. So we're going to go up to the intersection from Connecticut Avenue to Old Town Road, and then going in a, I forget which direction, going towards Town Hall and matching up with the bridge we did a couple of years ago. So that intersection of Old Town Road and Connecticut Avenue will be done as part of this project. Now, in doing so, they're not going to pulverize every road in town that we talked about. One section of road has to be completed. The binder course has to be installed before they can move on to pulverize the next road, because obviously that's a major disruption in traffic flow to the community. So we want to control that.
that work. Did I answer your questions?
Yeah, and my second question is a result of what just took place last month, where we had to pay a company who was here completing the West Side sidewalk project a significant amount of money because of an overcharge or something. Is there some kind of bonding on this?
No,
So
Mark,
that won't happen again?
There's something different. There's two different aspects of it. The Carty Corporation on the West Side Road project, when the council did a resolution or an ordinance change, which basically halted all construction, that resulted in a delay claim. The first warden at the time, town manager, was well aware that the contractor had indicated that there would potentially be a delay claim as a result of stopping work. They were 3 weeks from finishing. Now they had to demobilize, and then in the, we'll call the off-season, where construction and hotels, restaurants, et cetera, are much cheaper, they had to come back in June to finish this up by July 4th. Costs more, the ferry, getting things over there were more expensive. So that was a delay claim. In this particular instance, if we, the community, does not stop them and say, don't do any work, we've outlined that Old Town Road from Center Road to that 2,000 feet and Old Town Road and Connecticut Avenue have to be done by June 15th. And then they have to come back and do Pilot Hill next in the fall. Now, if we change that and it causes them delays, there is a potential for a delay claim. But in this instance, I don't see where that would apply unless we have another pandemic on our hands that we tell all the contractors doing work on the island to leave the island like we did last year.
Okay, I thought that was what bonding was all about.
No, the bonding does not, it's not a delay claim. That's a physical stop in the action taken by one party to the other. The bonding is if they do not complete the work, we can go after the bonding company to complete the work. This is if they abandoned the job. Let's say they left the job half done. We can go after the bonding company to repair the job and complete the job as outlined.
Thank you, Jim. I'm just fighting for the taxpayer, so it doesn't.
Oh, I am too. I am too, believe me. You don't know how long it took me to authorize, to recommend that, because it was a lot of paperwork and a lot of back and forth on what was eligible and what wasn't eligible.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Much appreciated. And your service to this town. It's been quite long and fruitful. So thank you.
Thank you.
So motion was made and seconded. All those in favor? Sven?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
Martha?
Aye.
Keith?
Yes.
I approve. Motion carries 5-0. Next item on the agenda, discuss and act on the memorandum of agreement between the town of New Shawm and the Rhode Island Emergency Management Agency. Mary Ann?
Sure. Unfortunately, this has not been finalized. So what I am going to ask the council, Kathy Marola has done her initial review. I'll let you know what's in the MOA. We're waiting to hear back from Rhode Island Emergency Management. Where we have installed our microwave antennas is on a tower that is located in Charleston, Rhode Island. The tower is owned or was constructed by Rhode Island Emergency Management. The land is owned by the town of Charleston. So the town of Charleston and Rhode Island Emergency Management has been working with us to come up with an agreement, an MOA, as an MOA, MOU, as relates to us including our microwave antenna on the tower. Fairly much the whole MOU has been agreed to. There was one minor change that we proposed to them that we're waiting to hear back from REMA. I don't think it'll be a problem. REMA and also the town of Charleston has been very generous and allowed us to continue with our construction and the installation of the tower, even though this MOU has not been signed. What I'm asking the council, if it's okay with the council, is just allow Kathy Marola and I to finalize this and get the signatures and put it on file. I'd be happy to give the council a copy once it's all executed. If you prefer not to do that, rather see it before the execution, then I would ask that you table this until the next meeting.
Councilors, how do you feel? Table? Go ahead, Sven.
No, I'll follow Mary Ann's lead if she'd like. I mean, yeah, I'll follow Mary Ann's lead.
Thank you, Marion. Thank you, Sven. So Marion, this is the tower, just for public explanation. This is the tower that we're going to be broadcasting internet from when the fiber optic cable is spliced. Is that correct?
Correct.
And do we have any idea when that's going to take place?
I can't answer that question.
Okay.
Amy's on. I don't know if Amy can answer that question. I wasn't prepared to discuss that this evening.
Okay.
Otherwise, if I known that was come up, I would have followed up with staff.
Nope, it's just I didn't know what, when you discuss the tower in Charleston, it's like, oh, great. Yeah, I forgot about that. All right. No, we can wait on that. So your action on this, you'd like to see, can you just what do you want us to do?
What I would like to do is the council authorize that the town solicitor and I finalize the MOU and execute it.
Okay.
And I'll be happy to give it to you once it's executed. If you prefer not to have Kathy and I execute it without seeing it first, then we need to table this. But I'm pretty confident that Kathy and I can get this executed.
Yeah, and I agree. I agree. We don't need to have our hand in that. That's what we have you here for, both you and Kathy. So much appreciated. So a motion to be in order to allow the town manager and the town solicitor to act on the memorandum of agreement and execute it between the town of New Shoreham, Rhode Island, and the Emergency Management Agency. Correct?
Yeah.
Second.
Seconded by Sven. All those in favor? Any discussion? I don't see any hands. All those in favor, Martha?
Aye.
Ben?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
Keith?
Yes.
I'm in favor. Motion carries 5-0. 5-0. Item number 11 is receive on act on the communication from Dr. Peter Patton, University of Rhode Island, Scott Cummings, the Nature Conservancy, and Lisa Nolan, the Southeast Light Foundation, requesting special temporary permit for 2 20-foot bird tracking telemetry towers at the town of at the Nature Conservancy property on Plat 12, Lot 14, and the Southeast Light Foundation property at Plat 8, Lot 1. Marion, I guess.
Sure. It's my understanding that this is pretty much an annual thing that comes before the council, that there's the installation of these temporary towers, that a special temporary permit is needed. They are 20-foot towers and they're used to monitor the seabirds around the wind farm. And URI is involved with this, and it's my understanding that at the end, they do come up with a report that, as Molly has told me, it's very technical and detailed in nature. So it's my understanding that, like I said, this is an annual thing, and I would recommend that you authorize this special temporary permit.
Thank you. I see Dr. Peter Patton is here today, and Mr. Patton, if you would like to comment on this, you don't have to if you want, but I know you've been with us since 7 o'clock, so feel free.
No, I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have. I know that you authorized it last fall, and we didn't get the manufacturer, the receiver technical equipment we didn't get, so we have to retry the experiment this year. So we hope to go from April 15th to November 15th, and we appreciate your support.
Thank you. Is there any questions from the counselors? I will make a motion to grant a special temporary permit for 2 20-foot bird tracking telemetry towers at the Nature Conservancy property at Plat 12, Lot 14, and the Southeast Light Foundation property at Plat 8, Lot 1.
Second. Mark?
Anybody's been- All those, any discussion?
Yeah, one, Andre?
You go ahead.
If there's a way to get a report from you guys at the end of this, and maybe even going back those 4 years, just a very brief one, or at least an update, Mr. Patton, because it's in years past you've done this, and it's been really helpful for all of us. So just that'd be great at the end of the study.
Yes, I would be happy to do that. I promised you before that I would give you a brief presentation, but you guys are so busy with everything that I didn't know when you had time to do it, but I'd be happy to do it sometime. So I will make it an easy to comprehend report for you. So I'll be happy to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Patton. Okay, so all those in favor, Mark?
Aye.
Keith?
Yes.
Martha?
Aye.
Ben?
Right.
I'm in favor. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Dr. Patton, for coming tonight. Number 12, discuss and act on a petition to Bureau of Ocean Energy Management for the town to have consulting party status on the South Fork and Revolution wind farm projects, and discuss and act on retaining legal counsel. Mary Ann?
Okay, this is another one that's not quite right for this evening's meeting. Sometimes we put things on the agenda with anticipating getting things finalized. Councilor Marola and I have had a conversation. I initially had a conversation based on the council asking me to reach out to Culture Heritage Partners. They were involved with the representing folks as it relates to wind farm projects throughout the country. And currently they are representing the Southeast Lighthouse here in Block Island. And also I think they are representing the national, there's one other agency, and I apologize, I lost it for right now. But anyway, they are working with representing folks as it relates to the South Fork Wind Farm and also the Revolution Wind Farm. Revolution Wind Farm is not as far down the road as the South Fork Wind Farm. And what they do is there's a number of process that takes place. There's environmental studies. They represent us with agencies of folks with that. It's Block Island Historical Society. And they also, basically what they do is negotiating mitigating factors of funding for these offshore wind farms. They have put together, we just received a letter of engagement that we have not gone through in detail. I can tell you that how the engagement works is that if the council does decide to go forward with this, once we present this letter of engagement, it is based on, they get paid based on funds that we would receive based on the negotiations and the mitigation factors that they would do. So I just want to be sure that as we continue down with this, that the council would like to continue this process and bring this back to you on the 17th with an engagement letter from the attorneys, since they will be the ones that represent us. As like I said, they represented the Block Island Wind Farm and also the Block Island Historical Society. I'm sorry, the Southeast Lighthouse and the Block Island Historical Society.
Thank you, Mary Ann. So you want us to just kind of table this for now, or give you?
Yeah, I want to table it. I just want to be sure that you would like to continue. Based on what I've explained to you is they would represent us. It's based on what they negotiate. They would take a percentage. That's how their fee is determined. It's not something we get about ahead of time. And I just want to be sure that the council would like to get involved with taking a position as it relates to the Southwest Wind Farm and the Revolution Wind Farm. And we can try to have her at the next meeting.
Okay, councilors, questions, comments?
Simply put, we want to see it at the table, correct?
Pretty much, yeah. Okay, all right. So you don't need a motion on this, right?
Nope. As long as it's a consensus of the council to keep moving with this, we will definitely keep moving with it.
Absolutely.
Okay, keep moving
Okay.
with it. Number 13, receive and act on a resolution approving the issuance of bonds and/or notes not to exceed $2 million for financing the repair, replacement, and/or improvements of town roads and bridges. We have a resolution here. All right, I'm gonna read it. Resolution of the Town of New Shore, Rhode Island, the approving the issuance of bonds and/or notes in the amount not to exceed $2 million for financing the repair, replacement, and/or the improvement of town roads and bridges. March 1st, 2021, R 2021-02. Section 1, pursuant to Rhode Island General Laws, Section 45-12-2, and votes of the Financial Town Meeting on May 6, 2019, and July 7th, 2020, an amount not to exceed $2 million is appropriated for the purpose of financing repair, replacement, and/or improvement of town roads and bridges, in parentheses, the project. Section 2, the Finance Director and the First Warden be and hereby are authorized to issue on behalf of the town an amount not exceeding $2 million in bonds of the town at one time or from time to time in order to meet the foregoing appropriation. Section 3, the said officers from time to time may issue and refund not exceeding $2 million interest bearing on discounted notes in anticipation of the issue of said bonds or in anticipation of receipt of federal or state aid for the purpose specified in Section 1 hereof. Section 4, the manner of sale, amount, denominations, maturities, conversion, or registration privileges, interest rates, medium of payment, and other terms, conditions, and details of the bonds or notes may be fixed by the officers authorized to sign the bonds or notes. Section 5, the said officers from time to time may apply for, contract for, and expend any federal or state advances or other grants and assistance which may be available for the purposes of specified in Section 1 hereof. Section 6, pending the issuance of the bonds under Section 2 hereof, or pending or in lieu of the issuance of notes under Section 3 hereof, the Finance Director, at the written direction of the Town Council, may expend funds for the general treasury of the town for the purposes specified in Section 1 hereof. Any advances made under this section shall be repaid without interest from the proceeds of the bonds or notes issued hereunder or from the proceeds of applicable federal and state assistance or from other available funds. The Finance Director and the First Warden are also authorized, empowered, and directed on behalf of the town to execute, acknowledge, and deliver all other documents, certificates, or instruments necessary to effectuate such borrowing, amend, modify, or supplement the bonds or notes, any and all other documents, certificates, or instruments at any time and from time to time, in such manner and for such purposes as such officers shall deem necessary, desirable, or advisable. 3, do and perform all such other acts and things deemed by such officers to be necessary, desirable, or advisable with respect to any matters contemplated by the resolution in order to effectuate said borrowing and the intent hereof. Section 8, the Finance Director, together with the First Warden, be and hereby are authorized to deliver the bonds or notes to the purchasers, and said officers be and hereby are authorized and instructed to take all actions on behalf of the town necessary to ensure that interest on the bonds or notes will be executable from gross income for federal income tax purposes, and to refrain from all actions which would cause interest on the bonds or notes to become subject to federal income taxes. Section 9, this resolution is an affirmative action of the Town Council of the town toward the issuance of bonds or notes in accordance with the purposes of the laws of the state. The resolution constitutes the town's declaration of official intent pursuant to Treasury regulation. Section 1.1502, to reimburse the town for certain capital expenditures for the project paid on or after the date, which is 60 days prior to the date of this resolution, but prior to the issuance of the bonds or notes. Such amounts to be reimbursed shall not exceed $2 million and shall be reimbursed no later than 18 months after the date on which the expenditure is paid, or B, the date the project is placed in service or abandoned, in no event later than 3 years after the date the expenditure is paid. Section 10, the finance director and the first warden are authorized to take all actions necessary to comply with the federal tax and securities laws, including Rule 15C-12 of the disclosure certificate of the Securities and Exchange Commission, parentheses, the rule, and to execute and deliver a continuing disclosure certificate in connection with the bonds in the form as shall be deemed advisable by the finance director and the first warden in order to comply with the rule. The town hereby covenants and agrees that it will comply with and carry out all of the provisions of the continuing disclosure certificate as it may be amended from time to time. Notwithstanding any other provision of the resolution of the bonds, failure of the town to comply with the continuing disclosure certificate shall not be considered an event of default. However, any bondholder may take such actions as may be necessary and appropriate, including seeking mandate or specific performance by court order to cause the town to comply with its obligations under this section and under the continuing disclosure certificate. Section 11. The finance director and the first warden are hereby authorized to take all lawful action necessary or desirable under the Internal Revenue Code of 1986, as amended, parentheses, the code, to ensure that the interest on the bonds and notes will remain exempt from federal income taxation to the extent provided in Section 103 of the code, and to refrain from taking any action which will cause interest on the bonds and notes to lose the benefit of exclusion from gross income provided by Section 103A of the code. The finance director and the first warden are further authorized to take all lawful action necessary or desirable to designate the bonds and notes as, quote, qualified tax exempt obligations within the meaning of Section 265B3 of the code. Section 12, this resolution shall take effect upon passage. Does anybody have any questions? Mary Ann, comments? Explanation?
No, I would just, it's just the resolution for the bond issues for the $200,000 bonds for financing the road improvements that we just discussed.
2 million, 200,000?
So, yeah,
2 million.
2 million.
Okay.
That's what the voters approved.
Do we do these one by one, or do we do these resolutions one by one?
Yes.
Yes, you could do each one individually.
I will make a motion to approve the resolution of the town of New Shore, Rhode Island, approving the issuance of bonds and or notes in an amount not to exceed $2 million for financing the repair, replacement, and or improvement of town roads and bridges dated March 1st, 2021. Second by Sven. All those in favor?
Aye.
Mark?
Oh, sorry.
Mark, favor? Martha?
Aye.
Yes.
Sven? I'm in favor. Motion carries 5-0. Next one is the resolution of the town of New Shoreham, Rhode Island, approving the issuance of bonds and or notes in the amount not to exceed $1,343,000 for financing capital improvements at the Block Island Water Company.
Andre, except for the first two paragraphs, this is, I think, identical to the one you just read.
You want to hear my soothing, calming voice? Is that what you- So is it actually, should I read, do we need to read all of these? Oh, Amy Lewis Land has a hand up.
Hi. Martha's correct, except for the amount, the project purpose, and the dates of authorization. The terms and conditions are identical.
So it's the first two paragraphs?
Section 1, Section 2.
Correct.
So it's section 1, 2, and 3 actually has the amount. Okay, so as I look at this, I see not to exceed $1,343,000 for the Block Island Water Company, but in section 3,
Oh, yeah, ouch.
there's a different number there.
I was just going to say the same thing.
It should be the $1,343,000.
Yeah. It says 1,000,006.
three.
Amy, do you see that section 9?
Excuse me, that's probably my fault.
Okay.
I was, I had a little trouble with this, even though Amy tried to correct me with it and fix it. May I provide, if you authorize this in principle, can I provide a clean copy for you in the morning?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I just want to make sure the number's correct.
And
It's,
section 9 as well, Andre? It's just when you read it, or we can read those sections maybe only.
Okay. All right, so the correct number, Amy, is $1,343,000, right?
Correct.
Okay, so resolution of the town of New Shore. The approving the issuance of bonds and on notes in the amount not to exceed $1,343,000 for financing capital improvements at the Block Island Water Company. Resolved that section 1 pursuant to Rhode Island General Laws, section 45-12-2, and a vote of the financial town meeting on July 27th, 2020, an amount not to exceed $1,343,000 is appropriated for the purpose of financing capital improvements at the Block Island Water Company. Herein is the project. Section 2, the finance director and the first warden be and hereby are authorized to issue on behalf of the town an amount not exceeding $1,343,000 bonds of the town at one time or from time to time in order to meet the foregoing appropriation. I'll read section 3. The said officers from time to time may issue and refund not exceeding $1,343,000 interest-bearing or discounted notes in anticipation of the issue of said bonds or in anticipation of the receipt of federal or financial aid for the purposes specified in section 1 hereof. Section 9. This resolution is an affirmative action of the town council of the town toward the issuance of bonds or notes in accordance with the purposes of the laws of the state. This resolution constitutes the town's declaration of official intent pursuant to Treasury Regulations, section 1.1502, to reimburse the town for certain capital expenditures for the project paid on or after the date, which is 60 days prior to the date of this resolution, but prior to the issuance of the bonds or notes. Such amounts to be reimbursed shall not exceed $1,343,000 and shall be reimbursed not later than 18 months after A, the date on which the expenditure is paid, or B, the date the project is placed in service or abandoned, but in no event later than 3 years after the date the expenditure is paid. Make a motion to approve the issuance of bonds and or notes in the amount not to exceed $1,343,000 for financing capital improvements at the Block Island Water Company.
Second.
Seconded by Sven. Although, any discussion? Every time I read, we lose people. There's only 16 people left. All those in favor? Martha?
Aye.
Keith?
Yes.
Ben?
Yep.
Mark?
Aye.
I approve. Motion carries 5-0. Okay, number 15, receive and act on the legislative agenda. Number 1 is a resolution regarding the regulation of transportation network company services. This is something that's been on our docket that has, we've gone and argued for. We have passed the Senate. Hold on a minute. It's passed the Senate every time. I know, Marky,
I'm going to recuse, yes.
You're going to bail on that? Okay. This is,
And-
Martha, you're going to recuse also?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you. So we have a resolution that states, Town of New Shore, Rhode Island, regarding the regulation of transportation network company services. Whereas Block Island's unique geographical location and economy is dependent upon a limited tourism season, and whereas Block Island's culture supports local taxi ownership as an opportunity for retirees to make additional income in the summer months and provide jobs for the local population. And whereas Rhode Island General Laws, Section 39-14-23, enacted in 1929 and amended in 1931, 1938, 1956, 1994, and 1995 states that the state of Rhode Island does not regulate any citizen of the town of New Shoreham regarding owning or operating a taxi cab or limited public motor vehicle within the town. Whereas under the town of New Shoreham ordinance, the town council regulates the vetting and licensing of all motor vehicles for hire, taxi cabs, charter buses, and limousines, which operate on Block Island, ensuring the safety of our visitors. And whereas new legislation, Rhode Island General Laws, Chapter 14.2 of Title 39, enacted in 2016, specifically excludes transportation network company services, TNCs, that are known as Uber and Lyft, from the definition of taxi cab and limited public vehicle. And the new legislation eliminates local control by the town of New Shoreham to regulate or prohibit transportation network companies from operating on Block Island. Whereas the Block Island community believes that allowing transportation network companies to operate on Block Island would be extremely detrimental to island economy and safety, whereas Rhode Island General Law Section 39-14-23 established a precedent to allow the town of New Shoreham to regulate taxis and limited public vehicles within the town. Now therefore be it resolved that the town of New Shoreham respectfully requests that the town of New Shoreham be allowed to regulate transportation network company services in the same manner that it is allowed to regulate the licensing of motor vehicles for hire. Further, it be resolved that we decree that this resolution be made part of the permanent record of the town. Witness our hands and seal this first day of March 2021. So we put this through every year. Keith's the new counselor. So this was on in committee, I believe. Oh, I don't know, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, whenever the chaplain's issue was going down, and it was heard in committee in the Senate, and Senator Sosnowski asked that it just be not moved, not done with anything yet until she had a resolution from the town that she could take to them. This has passed the Senate, I believe, 3 years straight.
I believe so.
And basically tonight is just the affirmation of this. If we wanted to make any changes to the document, send it as is, whatever we want to do.
And just to further for Keith, it has not passed the House in those 3 years. So
It
right
does.
now.
Yes, it has not passed the House. I don't believe it's ever made it to the floor for a vote. So. Brad Marthins, I see your hand up. Brad Marthins.
Yep. Sorry, Andre. Obviously, with some new legislatures upstate, and we do feel, according to some of our people that we've been talking to upstate, that this year it stands a very solid chance of passing due to some of the changes in roles up at the state level.
Great. I would encourage if you could round up any and as many of the drivers to go. I think the last time it was Ken and I that went up, and I would encourage that because it is by Zoom now. I would encourage them to contact Representative Filippi and get him to work on that in the House. And we can do what we can. We can only do what we can in the House, right? I mean, I can't imagine it's not going to pass the Senate again this year. It has in the past.
No, the solid chance we're hoping to have is with the House this year, obviously.
Yeah. Okay. So I guess Martha and so it's Sven and I and Keith. Is there any changes you guys want to make to this, or you want to send it up as said?
As said.
Motion to approve the resolution of the town of New Shoreham regarding the regulation of transportation network company services, March 1st, 2021. Resolution 2021-04.
Was that a motion?
Yes.
Second.
Motion to support the resolution, seconded by Sven. Any discussion for anybody else? Anybody got any hands up here? Nope. Okay. So, all those in favor? Mark? Sorry, Mark. Sven?
Aye.
And Keith?
Yes.
And I approve. Motion carries 3-0. Two recusals. So again, I'll say, Molly, if you want to put these in the clerk's office with the other resolutions, the sooner you get this signed, the better. Okay, second one. Resolution regarding the cost of interconnecting the Block Island Power Company. We've received many of, I don't know if Jeff Wright's here, but we've received an email from him today, I believe. And
Yes.
I believe this is actually being heard tomorrow on Thursday or something.
Is it this one or the net metering that's being heard?
Net metering. Oh, net metering. We don't have net metering on the agenda.
Nope.
We do have discuss and act on bills before the legislature. Can we indicate our support so that Jeff can communicate that at a hearing, or? That's a really important one.
Yeah, that is a good one. Okay, well, let's start with this one. The resolution of the town of New Shoreham supporting and amending Rhode Island General Laws, sections 3926.1-7, entitled Town of New Shoreham Project. Let it be resolved that to support an amendment to Rhode Island General Laws, section 3926.1-7, entitled, quote, Town of New Shoreham Project, which would clarify that all interconnection and standby transformer costs are to be shared throughout Rhode Island. And further be it resolved that we decree that this resolution be made of the permanent record of the town, witness our hands and seal this first day of March 2021. I guess all those in favor on supporting the resolution, support an amendment to Rhode Island General Laws 39 is entitled Town of New Shoreham Project. I'm sorry. I'm getting tired. Let me rephrase that. I will make a motion to support the resolution of the Town of New Shoreham, Rhode Island, in support for amending Rhode Island General Laws, section 3926.1-7, entitled, quote, Town of New Shoreham Project.
Second.
Seconded by Keith. Discussion. We'll keep an eye on it and see when it'll be heard. All those in favor? Martha?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
And Sven?
Aye.
Keith?
Yes.
I approve. Motion carries 5-0. All right, so we don't have a resolution for the net metering, do we? Molly,
Can we make a motion to support the Block Island and Pascagog supported bills to amend the laws, amend the rules regarding net metering? Would that be okay?
Yes.
Okay, I would like to make that motion that we as a town council support the efforts of the what is it, Block Island Electric? What's the formal name of our power company? No.
Block Island Utility District.
The Block Island Utility District and the Pascagog Utility District to in their effort to expand access to net metering.
Do you want to say anything about the 3%, above 3% or not?
Can we, actually, this is going down on Thursday night, I believe. I'm looking for.
Oh, is it? Gotcha.
Well, I'm just wondering, we have a meeting, what, Thursday? I'm just wondering if we could kind of get this right before Thursday and do.
That sounds great to me. I just thought with Jeff's email that it was imminent, so I wanted to be responsive on that.
Yeah, I'm looking for the email and, I'm not really finding it.
It was sent at 2:57,
2:57, thank you.
but I'm looking here. I thought it was tomorrow.
Fiona. Council request 250. I don't have anything from 250. Oh, Jeff Wright, 331. All
You
right.
got to get all the way to the West End.
Okay, so all right, so there's a whole net metering. There's a whole bill here. So I'm actually hold on, just give me 1 second. I'm reading.
It says here we are on the House Committee on Corporations agenda tomorrow night.
Oh, so it's tomorrow night.
This was written on March 1st today.
Molly, how do we support this for tomorrow night without a resolution?
You can authorize the town manager or me to write a letter in support of the bill and submit it to the House Committee on Corporations
Okay, that's great.
on your behalf.
Terrific.
So Keith, do you want to make that motion?
Sure. I'll make a motion requesting that the town manager, or town clerk do we have a bill number?
Yes, it's.
I don't have it in front of me.
It's House 5503.
To us. Go ahead.
Can we get a clarification? This is okay on open meeting. We still have Kathy there.
Yes, you do have me here. You do have discuss and act on bills before the legislature on the agenda.
Okay. I know that. That's what I was asking.
Yeah, it's not as specific as I would prefer to see it.
Right.
But apparently this just came in today.
Well, yeah.
We need,
Well, this has been before. This isn't the first year of this, is it? So do we have a resolution from last year?
I don't think you have a resolution on file for net metering. Oh, you might. You might. Hold on. I'll see if I can check while you continue your meeting.
Yeah, I just want to let the council know I have 10% left on my laptop battery. If I all of a sudden I disappear, I don't have a charger with me tonight, so I will get back in. My phone is fully charged, so if I disappear, I'll be coming back.
Do you want it to, while Bonley's looking, do you want to just take a 5-minute break? Or a 2-minute break and get on your phone? Or can you get on your phone and then switch over?
Yeah, I'm okay. I think we'll be good. Yeah, let's take 5. Can we take 5 and I'll get on the phone?
I'm good.
Is the council okay with that?
Okay.
All
Yeah,
right.
I'll just stay on the line.
We're going to stay here, but.
Martha, no Overland.
No outlet.
No whatever you're watching over there, okay? All right, so 10.
I'm not promising that.
10:24, back at 10:30? Is that okay with everybody? 5-minute recess?
Well, I'm not going anywhere.
I'm
I'll
gonna
be
stay
here.
Oh, right, none of you are going there. Only other one going there. All right, I'll be. Thanks. Okay, Molly, you looking for that? Okay.
I'm not seeing anything back to 2017.
Molly, are you there?
Molly just stepped away, Kathy.
Okay, I'm looking at two agendas, June 24th, 2020, and June 6th, 2016. June 24th, 2020 refers to acting on requests for support of Senate Bill 2504, net metering. Now, so it may be that the council has already voted on it.
But that would have been last year, wouldn't it? In
Yeah.
December, it's in session super late.
Yeah, I'm just seeing an agenda item on the June 24th, 2020 council meeting about acting on request for support of Senate Bill 2504, net metering. So if that did pass, then you're all set.
I don't think it was a resolution.
Okay, well, was there a vote taken on it? Because if it was a request for support, that's sufficient to allow the town manager to write the letter.
Exactly, or could they do it now?
Well, I'm just saying, if it's already been done, I think then it's already been done and you're all set. The agenda says discuss and act on request for support of Senate Bill 201 net metering. This bill would amend the maximum peak load of allowable capacity for net metering systems in the Block Island Utility District to not exceed a maximum peak load set by the utility district based on its operational characteristics, subject to commission approval.
Can we reaffirm that? Would that help, Jeff?
I think if you've done it, you're all set, and then that alleviates the issue of this precise language not being on tonight's agenda. If the council's approved it, they've approved it.
It looks like they authorized a letter that was on file.
Okay, well, if it's been authorized, then the vote has never been changed, so I think you're fine with the letter of support.
Is it the same, is it identical legislation, do we know? I don't know.
I don't know either. There's a link in the agenda to a bill introduced by Senator Sosnowski on February 25th, 2020.
Is Andre back?
I am back.
You want to, it's now 10:30, do you want to rekindle?
Yeah. Are we good? So we're going to authorize the town manager to write a letter of support.
Kathy, for everybody, now that we're back in, Kathy, do you want to catch Andre up on what you were just talking about a second ago?
Oh, I heard. you. I was
Sure.
just-
Oh, you did? Oh, sorry. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm good.
Sorry.
Marianne, can you simply call Jeff in the morning and express the fact that we discussed it and stand by the council's previous support of the concept?
Yeah, I have, Molly just came in with a letter that was signed by Ken in his capacity as first warden. And this was signed on June 27th, 2020. And it talks about New Shoreham Town Council met on the 20th of June and voted to support a bill 7785 relating to public utilities carry a net metering, which would amend to net metering statute, and the effect of allowing more net metering on Block Island, long-term goal of New Shoreham Town Council and Block Island Utility District. So it seems like Kathy's right that something did happen last time, and this was in the form of a letter signed by the first warden. So Molly can take the same letter and just drop the different House bill numbers in and just make it based on tonight's meeting. And we can get, Andre can shoot by, or Andre can authorize Molly to sign it on his behalf. So it gets there by tomorrow. Is
It works.
Works for me.
Yeah,
Is Andre on? Did Andre?
I
leave?
think he's getting there. What we'll do is, if that's what the council's pleasure, we can do that and also work with Jeff Wright tomorrow and make sure that that's exactly right as to what we're trying to accomplish.
That'd be great. I guess it looks like Andre must have dropped off.
I did. I'm here. I'm back.
He's back.
Good. So do we need a motion to do that, Marianne, or?
No, you don't need a motion. You've already done it.
Okay, thank you, Marianne.
So we'll just take the same letter and just change the bill numbers and things like that. And you only did it 6 months ago, 7 months ago, so it's not that long.
Good memory, Andre, whoever it was, Martha.
So do we need a motion?
Nope.
Okay. So discuss and act on bills before the legislature? Are we there?
Yeah, I'm holding one in my hand regarding affordable housing. Are we voting on that?
I think, oh, wait a minute. I don't think that was being asked because of,
Right.
I
The
have the
housing,
note.
right. It's
No.
my understanding the housing board did not want to move forward with that resolution. Is that correct, Molly?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Can we leave this on the agenda as a place mark, discuss and act on bills before the legislature? In case anything comes up.
I like that.
So you know, and I think Molly mentioned this, about 561 bills were introduced in one day. So a lot's happening really quickly.
Funny
Okay.
what governors change.
Yes. All right. Appointments, are we done with this item? All right, so 16, receive and act on appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
Very exciting now.
Yeah.
Oh, a lot of good folks.
What do we have? I got notes on that. Hang on, give me a second here. I know we have some, let's start with the Deer Task Force. We have some people that want to be on the Deer Task Force. We have 3 openings. I believe we have 3 people. I'm just looking for the notes on that right now. Hang on. If anybody has them.
We have Terry Delaney, Sue Hagedorn, and Jeff Wright. And if it speeds things along, I would make a motion to approve all 3 of their appointments.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Is there any discussion? I don't have hands up or anything like that or on me. So if anybody sees any hands up. We have Susan Hagedorn. Wrote a letter. Terry Delaney.
Yep.
Wrote a letter. And
Jeff Wright.
yes, Jeff Wright. I'm reading that one right now. Motion made and seconded. All those in favor to appoint Jeff Wright, Susan Hagedorn, and Terry Delaney to the Deer Task Force. All those in favor? Sven?
Aye.
Mark?
No, and with explanation. I want to thank people for coming forward. And until we change that mission statement that clearly states that eradication is our end goal, I will not be voting on any deer issues.
Okay. Sven, did I call you already?
You did.
Yes, I did. Keith?
Yes.
Okay, and I approve. So the motion carries 4-0. We have a rebuilt Deer Task Force. I hope we're gonna. Martha?
Aye.
Motion carries 4-1. Sorry, I'm a little disheveled here, having to transfer from a computer to a phone with just 4 people on the screen. I have no idea who's there. I don't know how you do it, Martha, but I give you a lot of credit for using your phone for these meetings.
I'm not running them.
Clearly. That's okay. We pivot. All right. What else do we have? Conservation Commission.
Yep.
We have in our file a letter from I don't know if it's
John Formica.
John Formica. We have a letter from Taryn McGregor. Does everybody have that? And I believe Corey Hines. I'll make a motion to appoint Taryn McGregor to the Conservation Commission.
Second.
Second. Motion been made and seconded. Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Oh, good. Sven, you got something?
I really want to thank the other 2 candidates and Corey stepping back up because she's done it before, but I want to thank them very much for putting their names in the hat.
Thank you, Sven. Motion was made and seconded to appoint Taryn McGregor to the Conservation Commission. All those in favor, Martha?
Aye.
Sven?
Aye.
Sven's good. Sven's
Yep.
good. Keith?
Yes.
And Mark?
Aye.
I'm in favor. Motion carries 5-0. Okay. We have We have a letter from Lars Trotzen to serve as an alternate on the Water and Sewer Commissions. Can we make that motion for Water and Sewer all in one? Or do we do it separately?
Is an open spot there? I thought those terms ran out in May. I may be off on something.
Martha, this is filling a vacancy. This is,
Okay, great. Thanks.
And it's Water and Sewer. So I'll make a motion to appoint Lars Trotzen as an alternate on the Water and Sewer Commissions.
To fill the unexpired term of whomever.
To fill the unexpired term of, Molly, can you help me?
Just unexpired term.
Do we know who that is?
ultimately, the vacancy was created by Steve Draper's death. I think Steve was serving as a full member at the time and they moved someone up and the vacancy is now for the alternate position.
Okay, so the motion has been motion made to appoint Lars Trotzen as an alternate on the Water and Sewer Commissions for the unexpired term of Stephen Draper. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Keith. Any discussion? All those in favor? Martha?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
Keith?
Yes.
Mark?
Yes. Sven says yes.
And I approve too. Motion carries 5-0. What else do we have? I'm going through the letters here.
May I ask you to reappoint the Board of Canvasser alternates? I'm afraid I didn't forward their offers to serve to you, but the position's been posted for a month and the two serving alternates, Hillary Transu and Roberta Kloster, are both willing to serve, to continue to serve. And since tomorrow's an election, I would really appreciate it if you could go into it with a full slate.
I will make a motion to appoint Hillary Transu and Roberta Kloster as alternates to the Board of Canvassers.
Second.
Seconded by Mark. Any discussion? All those in favor, Martha?
Aye.
Keith?
Yes.
Sven?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
I approve. Motion carries 5-0. All right.
Andy.
Okay, what do we got next? What do we got?
You want to do? I think that's it for appointments and boards.
I agree.
Okay, good job. Receive and act on minutes. All right, everybody. I am going to go. What's that? Oh, you want the folder back? Molly wants her Bible back. All right. I have minutes. All right, so I'm gonna start. September 21st. And I think that would be myself, Martha, and Sven. Martha, Sven, and myself. So do you guys have the September 21st minutes? Martha and Sven?
Yes, yes.
I think so.
Okay. I do believe that we approved these already because, but we can do this again because I made a correction under warden's report. Second warden, it's listed as second warden Lacoste. It should read second warden Boudreau. wished Marley and Ken Lacosta a very happy 40th wedding anniversary. I do remember that. So, but if not, motion to approve the minutes of September 21st, 2020 with the correction.
Second.
Second by Sven. All those in favor, Martha?
Aye.
Sven? I'm in favor. Motion carries 3-0, but the other, we're the only three that can vote on this, just point of order, correct? Because the others weren't elected yet?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you, Kathy. I have, all right, hold on. November 9th, 2020, does everybody have those in front of them? That was still Martha, Sven, and myself.
Yep.
You have those, Sven?
Yep.
Are you going
And you
chronologically? Because it was an October 29th here that you guys are probably into.
Right, I got a stack, so I'm probably not going chronologically. If you saw my the 3 desks in the council chambers right now, you would know why. Okay.
9.
Motion to approve the minutes of November 9th, 2020.
Second.
Seconded by Sven. Discussion? All those in favor? Martha?
Aye.
Sven? And I approve. Motion carries 3-0. The other 2 not voting because they weren't elected yet. November 18th. Motion to approve the minutes of November 18th, which was still of the old council.
Second.
Discussion. All those in favor, Martha?
Aye.
Sven? I approve. Motion carries 3 November for the 3 to 0 because they weren't elected yet. Keith and Mark weren't elected yet. November 18th, 2020. December 7th, 2020. Keith and Mark, do you have those?
Yeah.
Yes.
Any corrections, comments? Or I'll make a motion to approve the Monday, December 7th, 2020 minutes.
Second.
Seconded by Keith. Any comments, corrections? All those in favor, Martha?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
Keith?
Yes.
Sven?
Yes.
I approve. Motion carries. December 7th, 2020 meeting, 2020 unanimously. Hang on a second. December 16th. Motion to approve the minutes of December 16th, 2020.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? Corrections, comments? All those in favor, Martha?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
Sven?
Aye.
Keith?
Yes.
I'm in favor. Motion carries. December 16th, 2020 minutes, 5-0. I'm just making sure I don't get any more from before the new year. That's all.
Should have 2, I think, Andre.
Sorry?
You should have 2 prior to the new year.
Which ones are they? What's the date on yours?
The October 29th and November 2nd.
I think those were. I thought those were
House-
approved already.
Those are, that would be Martha, Sven, and I. Do you guys have those in your packet? I don't.
No, but those are,
I didn't see them as approved, Sven. Oh, maybe I'm wrong.
I'm just looking on clerk base, and they're in the minutes file in the clerk base.
As approved?
Well, they're in the file as in the minutes. So I'm assuming, yes, that I would assume that means approved. Is that right, Molly?
Yeah,
I-
say in the bottom if it's been
I'm
approved.
not on clerk base, so hold on one second.
Minutes approved December 7th, 2020. Thank you, Martha. So yes, they were approved on December 7th.
Excellent.
And that's I'm sorry, that was the October 29th one. The November 2nd one was approved on December 7th as well.
Thank you for clarifying that, Mark and Sven. Appreciate that. I do have some I do have minutes from December 10th. They're a joint meeting, the New Shum Town Council and New Shum Broadband Committee, Thursday, December 10th. Does the rest of the council have those in front of them?
Yes.
I'll make a motion. We approve the minutes of the joint meeting of the New Shum Town Council and the New Shum Broadband Committee for Thursday, December 10th, 2020.
Second.
Seconded by Mark. All those in favor, any comments, suggestions, or corrections? All those in favor, Martha?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
Keith?
Yes.
Sven?
Aye.
I'm in favor. Motion carries. December 10th, 2020. Minutes approved unanimously. Okay. January 4th, I'll make a motion to approve the minutes of January 4th, 2021.
Second.
Seconded by Mark. Any corrections or discussions?
You voted, you voted on these.
These were, we approved these already?
No, I'm sorry. If you voted in the March 2nd vote, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'm just looking at March 2nd, if there's anything.
Nope. It's all
Any
good.
corrections or anything. If I recused on some of these items, do I approve them?
You can approve the minutes.
Yeah, okay, I approve these minutes. Martha? Looking for the roll call on approving January 4th, 2021. Martha?
I'm sorry, I was trying to talk. Aye.
Thank you, Martha. Sven?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
And Keith?
Yes.
Motion carries. January 4th, 2021, 5-0. January 13th. I'm going to make a motion that we have the closed session minutes approval. If there's any changes that anybody wants to make, we have to go into closed session. So motion to approve the confidential closed session draft of the January 13th, 2021
Second.
minutes. Seconded by Sven. All those in favor or any discussion? All those in favor, Martha?
Aye.
You sure?
Yeah.
You sound like you had some hesitation there. Sven?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
Keith?
Yes.
I approve. Motion carries. January 13th. Motion carries 5-0. January 13th, 2021. I have 2 copies of those. Sorry. All right. We have, hold on, I'm just looking for regular meeting on the 13th. Okay, next ones I have are January 20th. I'll make a motion to approve the confidential closed session minutes from Wednesday, January 20th, 2021. And if there's any changes, we need to go into closed session.
Second.
Comments? All those in favor, Martha?
Aye.
Keith?
Yes.
Mark?
Abstaining or wasn't present.
Okay. Sven?
Right.
Motion carries 5-0, January 20th, 2021.
I'm going to say aye from now on, just so it helps Martha through Outlander. Yes.
All right, regular meeting minutes for January 20th, 2021. Never mind, Martha. I'll make a motion to approve those, January 20th, 2021 regular meeting.
Second.
Seconded by Sven. Discussions? All those in favor, Martha?
Aye.
Sven?
Aye.
Mark?
I'll be abstaining on that too, wasn't present.
Keith?
Yes.
Motion carries 4-0. Manuel abstaining. January 20th, 2021. Make a motion to approve the minutes of January 29th, 2021.
Second.
Seconded by Keith.
I do not have them. Is every?
January 29th.
Have them either.
Mark, you don't have them?
I never received them. The problem table in it?
20.
You were
I don't
here.
have the 20.
Yep.
Have them either, Andre, sorry.
Sorry, what's the
I
matter?
don't have them either, or if I will.
It was a
I
Friday.
don't have them.
Okay, we'll put those off.
Sorry
So
about that. We'll
that's
get
okay.
it for next time.
Molly, just make a note, next agenda, January 29th, 2021.
Got it. Open and closed.
Thank you. Yep, I do have I have open and closed in front of me. February 3rd. Council, make a motion to approve the minutes of Wednesday, February 3rd.
I don't have those either, Andre. I don't know about the others.
Okay,
Mistake. Next time.
next time's good. Thank you. Do the councilors have any more minutes?
Just out of clarification, did we do the 13th open?
13th of what?
January 13th open? I know we did the January 13th closed. I may have missed.
I don't think you did. I don't have those.
I don't think we did either. It was January 13th open.
Okay, I got the minutes from the closed. Mark Emanuel,
I think you did. That's the one you had 2 copies of.
yeah, I have 2 copies of the closed sessions.
Oh, I've got both.
I've got both.
Okay, we can get these done tonight. Mark, I'm coming down the hall. I'm the only one that don't have them, so we can approve them. I'll just read them. I'm gonna go read yours, Mark.
You've done that one.
Make a motion to approve the minutes of January 13th, 2021.
Second?
Seconded by Sven. Any discussion, changes? All those in favor, Mark?
Aye.
Sven?
Aye.
Keith?
Yes.
Martha?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0, January 13th. Anybody else have any other ones? We good for minutes for tonight? All right. Okay. Number 18. It's 11. Do we need to make a motion to go further than 11? Or can we just go?
The last set of council procedural rules that I have says that if all council meetings, is paragraph 13, all council meetings will adjourn at 11 p.m. unless the council votes unanimously to continue.
Motion to continue the meeting. We have one more agenda item.
I'll second that.
We don't need to continue it for a half hour, an hour. We can just continue.
Yeah, and it has to be unanimous.
No, wait, what are you doing? Hold on. Oh, you're talking about extending the date. You're not talking about continuing the meeting. You're talking about extending the time date, right?
Yeah, continuing on past 11.
Okay, not continuing to another day, continuing.
No.
Okay, is this closed session? Oh, never mind. I'll wait on that.
I think I know what your question is, Martha. All right, I will make a motion to extend our meeting to include this one more item past 11 o'clock.
Second.
Motion was seconded by Mark. Any discussion? All those in favor? Keith?
Yes.
Sven?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
Martha?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Item number 18 is discuss and act on potential acquisition of real estate where the premature disclosure would adversely affect the public interest. This item may be held in closed session pursuant to Rhode Island General Laws 4246-5A5. Any discussions or considerations related to the acquisition of lease of real property for public purposes or for the disposition of publicly held property where an advanced public information would be detrimental to the interest of the public. And Rhode Island General Laws 4246-5A7, a matter related to the question of the investment of public funds where the premature disclosure would adversely affect the public interest. Public funds shall include any investment plan or matter related thereto, including but not limited to state lottery plans for new promotions. Kathy Marola, is it a closed session item?
Yes, for sure.
Okay. I would make a motion that we go into closed session.
Second.
Seconded by Sven. Discussion? All those in favor, Keith?
Yes.
Mark?
Aye.
Sven?
Aye.
Martha?
I think I'm recusing on this. Is this the same item I recused on before?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I thought you were gonna ask earlier, and I didn't know what this item was, so, the question is, do we need Martha? Martha's gonna recuse on a closed subject item. And it's the last item on the agenda. Can we, how do we move forward on that? Does Martha need to hang around and wait until we come on a closed session, or?
Yes, someone can notify Martha when we're out of closed session to call into the main number.
Okay, we'll do that, Martha.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, all right. So we'll be going into closed session, and if we have anything to announce on when we come out of it, we will do so. Thank you. Martha's here.
Zoom just called me.
Zoom called you?
Yeah.
Well, that's interesting.
What's going on?
Nothing. We just came out of closed session.
Did you like
Oh,
that,
okay.
Martha? We can call you?
What?
Did you like that we can call you like that? That work out
Is
better?
this Sean?
Yeah,
Who's this?
Sean.
Sean, but you're leaving.
Well, I'll teach the trick to somebody else.
Wait a minute.
Good.
Where are you going? Do we have everybody, Sean? I see Sven, Keith. Oh, no, we're waiting for Mark.
I want an answer to Andre's question.
I'm going back to the insurance world. Unfortunately.
On the island or where?
Warwick.
Can you cover the island still?
Probably, yeah. I'll let you know.
You probably could.
All right, you got everybody, Andre.
We got everyone? All right.
Including my dog.
I will make. Thank you.
Hush, Autumn. Hush.
Almost 12 o'clock.
All right. So, okay. Thanks everybody for waiting. I don't know who's still out there, but I'll make an announcement that no votes were taken during the closed session item on the agenda item, and I'll make a motion to seal the minutes.
Second.
Seconded by Sven. Discussion? All those in favor, Martha?
Bye.
Keith?
Yes.
Mark?
Aye.
Sven?
Aye.
All right, and I approve. Motion carries. Vote to seal the minutes 5-0, and I will vote to adjourn.
Second.
Make a motion to adjourn. Motion made and seconded. Martha?
Aye.
And Keith?
Yes.
Sven?
Ah.
Mark?
Aye.
Well, one of these nights we'll go to midnight.
No.
Thank you all.
No.
Thanks a lot,
Thank you.
Andre. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.